I love the dance. I love the dance. I love the dance. Ade, do your dance. Ah, do your dance. Sawada, 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 sawada. Ladies and gentlemen, this is African music. Join us and let's do this. You do some, we do some. You do some, we do some. Dance straight, dance straight, dance straight.
Hi, my name is Nana Prempe. I'm at the Silver Star Towers in Accra, Ghana, and I love listening to Africa Global Radio.
Hi guys, my name is Irene Logan and I am the creative and executive director of Tribasa. Tribasa is a lifestyle company inspired by the African arts and culture. So we carry a range of products made here in Ghana and across Africa. The first on our list here is our wooden sink. It's called the Broken Calabash. It's made of layered mahogany. It's actually waterproof. It's functional. We have paintings under our home furnishings. We have, that is the Black Echo series. It talks about the different textures and the different temperaments of our blackness. This is another painting. We also have the mantle over there in Kente. We design our own Kente fabric. That fabric is hand woven and is accentuated by Swarovski crystals. We also carry natural beauty products and we have shoes and the list goes on.
Hear the story. Him bring him book and a preacher. Him grab the land and the gold. Him take the people across the ocean. Him sell them cheap to build him home. Now he say, we for go. We go go. Africa, we go go. We go go. We go go. Africa, we go go. Yeah. Africa, yeah. We go go. Africa, we go go. Now you hear the story. So we for go. Yeah, we go go. Aha. Africa, we go go. We go go. We go go. Ho 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 ho. Africa, we go go. See brother, yeah. We go go. We go go. Oh. Africa, we go go. To sunshine land. Hear the story. Him bring him book and a preacher. Him grab the land and the gold. Him take the people across the ocean. Him sell them cheap to build him home. Now you see, we for go. We go go. Africa, we go go. We go go. We go go. Africa, we go go. Yeah. Africa, yeah. We go go. Africa, we go go. Now you hear the story. So we for go. Yeah, we go go. Aha. Africa, we go go. We go go. We go go. Ho 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 ho. Africa, we go go. See brother, yeah. We go go. We go go. Oh. Africa, we go go. To sunshine land.
All right, everyone. Welcome to today's interesting special edition of the Africa Daily Show, live with me, Barry Musa. And believe me, you are looking at something extraordinary, something different, something, I mean, away from the usual way of doing things, I must admit. And I am impressed, happy, excited, over delighted, if there's a word like that I may use right here. Before I proceed to tell you why this great look, great outfit we have right here, let me quickly do it like I do. I need to give acknowledgement to, of course, where we are transmitting live from. This is Accra Live in the beautiful garden of AGR. I mean, we're not in the studios, as you can see right here. It is 1 p.m. in our base, Accra, Ghana. The temperature is 32 degrees, and all the way in Bamako, Mali, is the same time, midday, and the temperature is 33 degrees as well. All the way in Conakry, Guinea, the same time. You might be wondering why same time periods but different temperature, timing and everything. I'll explain that in a bit. It is 30 degrees in Conakry, Guinea at the moment, but all the way in the beautiful city of Addis Ababa, talk about Ethiopia. That is the capital city that houses the house that sees to the unification of Africa generally. This is the Africa Daily Show special. As we celebrate our 1 year anniversary, it is not just about Africa Globe. I mean, it's just about the 1 year anniversary, but we're looking at Ghana as a whole, because today is the 6th of March and it marks an important day in the history of Ghana. So does it mark an important day in the history books of AGR, because let me just start with something brief. Now, 365 years ago, okay, it might be boring the way I started, but 12 months ago, right, which translates to 1 year, we went live. Of course, that was the first time we went live from our base, Accra, Ghana Airport City, in the beautiful studios. Very much tense at that time. If you see my face that day, I mean, I'm I may be looking very different, because we have a couple of archives videos that you may want to refer to. But yeah, on that day, Africa Global Radio went live. Not just that, but the flagship program, talk about this particular one, which happens to be the special one today, went live as well. But how can I proceed without saying salam alaikum, sanunku dazua inkedu to my Igbo people in Nigeria, afana, sanunk, and of course, let me say a kabo to my Yoruba, shewadada. Let me go all the way to Ouagadougou, of course, the land of the upright people, Burkina Faso, Inyela to my Mosi people, 4-4, yeah, to my Fulani people, including me. I wonder how I'm supposed to reply to that, but pardon me, that doesn't apply to Burkina Faso alone, but Fulanis in Ouagadougou, Bamako, Guinea, the Gambia. I mean, in sub-Saharan Africa, I mean, one of the largest ethnic group you can find right there. It's the 6th of March, 2021, and it's a Friday, and it's a Saturday. If I should say Friday, it means I'm living the past year, because it was a Friday, the 6th of March, 2020, that we went live. And yes, I am Barry Musa, your regular host, not seated in my comfortable presidential seat, but I can manage, no problem. I don't have my regular machines with me, but I can manage. But alongside the show, I do not do it alone as usual, like I always do. My colleagues Epifania and Mami would remember exactly what happened on this particular day that we went live, right? And we had another important and, of course, very, I mean, important, should I say, very intense, or I don't even know, for lack of a better word. Well, when we get there, he'll explain himself, because, you know, the mind is filled right now. But I have Epi, Mami, and Hafiz. He wasn't here 1 year ago, but along the way, definitely, it's like a train. It moves and people get on board. Others also, you know, get to their destination and decide to, you know, get down. Let me introduce my colleagues, Epifania Jokoto Gligui, Mamiaba Amwamenta, and Hafiz Gunu. They are with me as we run today's Africa Daily Show special from the gardens of AGR, live in Accra, Ghana. Guys!
Hi, Barry.
How are you? I can feel the high. Let me take it back again. Hi, Maud. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you're feeling me right now, because I mean, like for all of our audiences who've been following us for some time now, they would understand that energy.
Yeah.
When you get in, it's like you just you know, you just like that ring announced. What's his name again? Michael Buffer announced to the president of Muhammad Ali, "I am the greatest," and that's how you step in. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
I'm great. I'm super excited.
I am too.
Yes, because it's actually a historic day for not just our dear motherland Ghana, but for exactly. We share the same birth as Ghana, shall we? That's big. The president should mention this sometime. I know, right? How do you feel generally? Are you? Interesting ones, eh? How are you feeling though? And I hope you're doing well. Great. Right? Okay. Uh-huh. Wow, super. So we should say happy 1 year on air broadcasting to you as well. Could you guys give a round of applause? Yeah. Kind courtesy AGR. Another one, please. Another one. I mean, I'm a reasonable person, though. I am a reasonable person, you know that, right? Right. Anyway, let's go to well, one boy, one girl. Let's go to Hafiz Gunu Kaula. Ay, yella buma to our people up north ma. Now why? Huh? No, just you see, today is the day you need to include everybody. I abu dagbani. Eh? Put now dagbani. Now okay, it's okay. Let me just continue. How are you doing, Hafiz? Huh? How are you doing today, man? Great. How's it feeling like for you? You were not here 1 year ago, though. Yeah, but along the way, I mean, a very important addition to the team.
Oh, the inside jokes, but hey, no harm, no foul.
Okay, so I think there has been a bit of technical. Okay, we can continue, no problem. Okay, yeah. Hafiz.
Yeah. I'm telling you how I feel left out of the inside jokes and everything, but hey, I'm good.
You're good, eh?
Yeah.
Finally, let's go to our, should I say, news editorial manager, Epifania Jokotogligui.
Epi has upgraded.
Onset manager, and also, you know what? I think we should give a round of applause to Epi for a good work done.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone, please, could you guys join me? I cannot hear the tech. Guys, I know included. I need to see some claps, right? She has really done well in terms of setting up the place. I mean, if you look at my backdrop, that beautiful piece right there with a whole, beautiful glow right there. You took part in that, really? You have to show me proof. I work with proof now. Okay, great. Epi, how are you doing today?
I'm good. Yourself?
No, I'm okay. As you can see, I'm overwhelmed with joy.
Yeah, can see that you're going off bubbly.
Absolutely. But how's the feeling like so far?
It's great. It's amazing. I mean,
Right.
we're 1 year, and our nation is 64 years.
Okay.
That's like 2 milestones into crossing, and that's amazing.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's amazing. So-
All right. Now, don't forget, we are streaming live on YouTube, Africa Global Radio, as well as Facebook, Africa Global Radio. And whilst you're streaming, do well to share, spread the word. This is our story, our growth, our future. Coming your way live from Accra, Ghana. Beautiful gardens, as you can see, giving me that nice ambience right there. A big thumbs up as well to our technical guys, our wonderful cameraman in motion, Joel, AB, and of course the man Daniel, doing well right there behind the scenes. So this involves much technical setup, and they've actually done pretty amazing. So like I said, we're streaming live on YouTube, on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter as well. AF Global Radio, the hashtag is the Africa Daily Show. So let's proceed now to the first item on the block, like Mommy would say. Well, the new station on the block. But now I cease to agree to that because we are not 1 year old. At least we're no longer the new station on the block, but we're the what would you call that? What would you call that? Instead of new station on the block, what would you, from now onwards, what would you call that? Come to stay. Hashtag come to stay, voice of Africa. Beautiful. Alright, I am Barry Musa, and this is the Africa Daily Show special AGR 1 year anniversary. We are also marking the 64th Independence Day of the Republic of Ghana. So let's move on now to our next bit on this special edition. And mind you, we're not running the usual way that we always do. There has been some bit of changes right here, and interesting segments that will be coming through today. Hashtag AGR at 1, keep doing that, and it's going to be an interesting, something interesting actually coming down that line. So headlines across Africa is coming up next right here. Stay with us, don't go away.
Hi Headlines across Africa.
Headlines across Africa.
Headlines across Africa.
Headlines across Africa.
All right, the show is Africa Daily Special AGR at 1. Of course, is all goodies right here. So Epiphania, like she does it, would be telling us about headlines across Africa. Normally, we fly to different African countries, find out what's happening there from some major reputable journals, but this time is a bit different. Let's hear her out.
Thank you, Barry. So
Yeah.
today, I think the only thing making news, or I mean, the only headlines we have is just one.
Okay.
And I'm talking about the fact that AGR is one, Africa Global Radio is one. So like this is where I
Absolutely.
want everybody to go like, yay!
Yes!
Because like,
you want to say that again? Say
Mommy.
that again. Yeah, yeah. So
Hafiz.
in
Yeah.
3,
really?
2, 1.
Yay!
Boom! I want the boom.
Can you guys
give me the boom?
Can you guys put
No, no, no.
in some more character,
Alright.
and then at the end of
Okay,
the
okay,
year,
fine.
now you give the boom.
The boom, yeah. So in 3, 2, 1. Yay! Boom! I'm a reasonable person. I'm just,
Barry.
Because just tell us more about the headlines.
So a year ago, Africa
Yeah.
Global Radio started broadcasting live, and it started with Africa Daily as its flagship show.
Absolutely.
Now, one amazing thing we used to have on this show was the fact that we used to bring to our audience knowledge of Black history, interesting facts, and then also we used to tell them a lot about the African continent, things they didn't know,
True.
people they had to find about, inventors, amazing things about not just the continent but the people of the continent, and also those in global Africa
Wonderful.
as well.
Right.
Now we had rich discussions on our discussion zone on every segment,
Okay.
and sometimes yes, I mean we had different topics to look at,
Right.
and we also had expert opinions
Oh, yeah.
here on the show.
Mhm.
So it's interesting and it's amazing.
Yeah.
We've come this far by
Right.
hard work, diligence, teamwork. It's not
Right.
been easy. I mean,
Right,
we have
right.
to be honest. It's not been an easy thing.
True.
Today we are one and we're all here, and yay. It's not always yay. Sometimes it's down, but
I know,
you still
right?
have to get up and then get going. So it's, for me, that's the headlines, that Africa Global Radio is one.
Absolutely. Hafiz, you have anything to say? Headlines? I mean, it's all about Asia. I believe you were expecting us to go to Bamako, Guinea, or for something, but headlines across Africa for today.
Yeah, it's interesting today. It's all about AGR and how we've come a long way.
Right.
Yes, the road hasn't been all rosy and sunshine and rainbow and all, but we are here.
Okay.
In the heat of it all, we've definitely made it here, and we can only get better from here. Of course, a lot of people would definitely sit back and listen to the content we churn out.
Right.
But there's a lot of work that goes on in the background.
Exactly.
Yes, not just from the personalities you see or hear from here,
Right.
but also the guys in the background, the technicians especially,
Exactly.
that are working around the clock to
Right.
to make sure you get the content at the right place and time. So
Absolutely.
we have a lot to celebrate. So,
Absolutely.
and it's a good thing to be part of the AGR brand. And we
Great.
can only get better.
All right.
Yes.
Great. Yo, my G!
Hi Barry.
Tell me something.
Yeah, I mean, Hafiz and Epi have said a lot. This, like I said earlier, is a great milestone.
Okay.
It hasn't been easy.
Right.
There've been ups, there've been downs, there've been a whole lot. But we are here now, and then the prayer is we get bigger and we get better.
Absolutely. All right, thank you very much, guys. And that was headlines across Africa with Epiphania, Joko Tugligwe, and of course some comments right there. Our colleagues, Mami and Hafiz. Now we are going for our first tune for today. Truly, it didn't start today, and I can boldly say that even the 1 year ago started off a couple of years back with the thought, the idea, the conversation, how the dream was going to be like this, the vision, the mission, and what have you. It didn't start today. We came from afar. And that's the reason why I'm very happy and excited to play this this first song on the show today by the legendary Nat Brew, Amanziba from our base Ghana, as well as the 64th Independence Day, because the struggle didn't just start 64 years ago. As we all know, a lot of events happened in between that actually led to the declaration, the 6th of March 1957 by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. This is Wogbe, and it goes along to say Wogbe Cheke. It's actually a language in Ghana, the Ga, yeah, that's the Ga language,
Yeah,
right?
it's Ga.
The Ga, yeah.
Ga.
Work better care. We came from afar, and exactly AGR at 1, we came from afar. Ghana at 64, we definitely came afar. So we'll be right back after this beautiful tune of Ghanaian cultural, diversity. Stay with us, don't go away. All right, thank you very much, technical team. I appreciate your work, support as well. I am Barry Musa, live at the AGR Gardens from Accra, Ghana. It is AGR at 1 anniversary, and of course we are also observing, marking the 64th Independence Day of Ghana. This is the Africa Daily Show special, and I am excited. I believe you are as well. Follow us on Facebook, Africa Global Radio. We are streaming live there, as well as YouTube, Africa Global Radio. Tweet at us on Twitter. AF Global Radio is the handle. The hashtag is the Africa Daily Show. What a song! And I saw Epi doing some moves right there. Epi, would you want to tell me a bit about that song? Because I heard something about Hausa.
Wagbejeke.
Wagbejeke.
Yeah.
Oh, Wagbejeke.
Jeke.
I always call it Wagbejeke.
Yeah,
Yeah, half is you, right? You too, right?
I agree.
I know.
I'm not surprised Hafiz sings to the same. Hafiz sings to the same way you sing.
Okay, that's fine.
She couldn't resist.
But that's a beautiful song from one of the legendary singers from our base, Ghana, Nat Brew, also known as Amanziba. Want to say a few things about the song?
It simply talks about how far we've come and the fact that our process thought that we couldn't do it.
Okay.
And indeed we could do it. There was a part I think after he said it in Ghana, he came to say them say we know fee jump.
Yeah.
Say
Yeah. But we jumped.
We did jump.
Now
The
when
whole
they say-
underestimation was there.
Yeah.
But then we overcame and God has brought us far.
Hafiz, you were saying something?
Yeah, the part about jumping, I wanted to know what that was all about, but yeah, she
explained.
explained.
I would like to say hello to all of my diasporans that listening, watching us live on Facebook, watching us live on YouTube, and streaming us on AfricaGlobalRadio.com. Welcome to the place where it's all happening, where we are celebrating 1 year, as well as marking the 64th Independence Day of Ghana. So to all Ghanaians across the globe, to all Ghanaians, wherever you are, every nook and cranny of the world, I say Happy Independence Day, and let's keep the fire burning. Let's keep the fight, ongoing. As well as to all conscious African minds. It's not just about, the color or your ethnicity or where you come from or whatever it is that you are. The fact remains the same. The conscious, mind about Africa. And sometimes I spoke to a friend a couple of days back, and he was like, you know what? We should be talking about the people who are not black in color and this and that. Sometimes even us who are black colored skinned people need, conscientization in terms of decolonizing our mind, to believe in the struggle and to believe in what we have on the continent of Africa. So yes, let's move on now, by kind courtesy my technical team, to the next bits. Right after that, you're going to be hearing the voice of Zelia, which is one of those voices that we normally have on Africa Global Radio. Yoga Zone with Zelia. You're going to be hearing something from her. Right after that, we move on to Africa Global Radio. A short piece of video for you. You get to find out who we are. We've been talking about it, but take a look at a piece we put together for you out there. Let's go.
Africa Global Radio. Remember, your story is our story. Your growth is our growth. Your future is our future.
Africa Global Radio, to me, is that organization that seeks to unearth the hidden narratives of the continent of Africa and that of the diaspora. It also promotes the creative talents of the youth, the teeming youth on the continent of Africa.
When it comes to telling the African story, Africa Global Radio does it best. They uncover, they unearth, and bring you the authentic stories found on the continent, projecting the positivity coming out of Africa and its people.
Africa Global Radio, to me, is a powerhouse for a global change in the narrative of the African story. That is Africa Global Radio to me.
I think Africa Global Radio is really timely because we have across the airways a lot of the same stuff. And to have a radio station or a channel that is geared to showcasing the best of Africa, the beauty of Africa, the, our heroes, champions, just everything African, but in a positive light. I think it's really important. I think it's really timely. And so for me, it's what do I say? It shows African excellence. And I think for us as Africans, we need more of this. We need to continually be reminded of the wonderful things we have on this continent. And I think Africa Global Radio does that perfectly.
Africa Global Radio aims at pushing a positive narrative of Africa.
Africa Global Radio to me is like the newest voice of Africa on the block.
I think Africa Global Radio is really timely because we have across the airways a lot of the same stuff. And to have a radio station or a channel that is geared to showcasing the best of Africa, the beauty of Africa, the, our heroes, champions, just
Africa Global Radio, it's a platform where one gets the other side of the story. By the other side of the story, I mean positive and good news that are rarely shared.
Africa Global Radio is saying no to the Western media's idea about Africa, all the bads that they seem to be pushing day in, day out. We are here to tell you strictly the positive news of Africa, representing Africa and Africans any and everywhere. That's all.
Africa Global Radio is a crystal brightening up the history and the culture of Africa. News discovering the history of Africa to the world.
Africa Global Radio, to me, represents a game changer in the media culture, not just in our home-based Ghana, but on the continent of Africa at large. A change, I believe, that primarily seeks to redirect the usual discourse on Africa from a problem-centered one to one that is more solution-based.
Africa Daily Special live at the AGR Gardens, live in the beautiful city of Accra, Ghana, the airport city, reaching out to you wherever you are, every nook and cranny of the globe. We say welcome to today's Africa Daily Special. It's all about AGR at 1. It's all about Ghana at 64, and it's all merry-making right here. But then again, it's not just about talking mostly about the good news and positives and everything. I mean, you heard our colleagues talking about the stuff, but there are problems generally, okay? But what are some of the things that we are doing, the strides we're doing to make these problems go away, are some of the things we look at, right? We just don't talk about the problem, yeah, there's a problem there and that's it. No, we don't just do that. We progressively follow, see to the fact that some of these things, you know, come out to be reality, right? And celebrating excellence, celebrating people who deserve to be acknowledged, right? We do that on Africa Global Radio. We connect to our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. I mean, come what may, this is the motherland. This is the way it all started some eons ago. But then we are here today, serving as that bridge, right? You can walk over, listen to. If there's anything you want to hear, believe me, don't look too far. Africa Global Radio is right here. Our story, our growth, our future, one of those hashtags you can use when tweeting on Africa Global Radio. On Twitter, AF Global Radio is the hashtag. Is the handle. The hashtag is the Africa Daily Show. We are streaming on Facebook, Africa Global Radio. On YouTube as well, Africa Global Radio. I am Barry Musa, and I am seated with my colleagues Epiphania Jokotugli, Gui Mamiaba Mwamenta, and Hafiz Guru. Yeah. So let's move on now to our next bit on the show, which is good news across Africa. So yeah, stay tuned for that as Epi is on standby. Don't go away.
Good news. Good news. Good news. Good news. Good news.
Okay, Epi.
Hey.
Tell us about the good news for today.
Okay, so we just have some interesting things going on.
Right.
And I don't know if you could stand for me.
Oh,
yeah,
you want me to
if
stand?
Mommy could also stand, and if Hafiz could also stand.
Well, I'll give you my account number afterwards, so you can.
Yeah, I mean, we have to get some moolah for standing.
I thought your mind was off mullah today.
So I believe you
of
can
all
see.
days. Barry, I just said stand.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so as you can see, I mean, they have very lovely t-shirts on with beautiful designs, unique designs. You know, mommy's you okay, yeah,
Mommy,
you
stop
see.
turning, it's okay.
Everybody's trying to show you what they got on. So, yes, these are some of the amazing t-shirts that will be given away, and they also have posters as well. I mean, you're talking about artwork that was deliberately thought
can
of.
we sit now?
Please do
All
the
right.
honors and sit
Thank
down.
you very much.
Mommy, please
Thank
sit
you.
down. Thank you.
Right.
Mommy,
it's
thank
okay.
you.
Mommy, before you turn this place into another show.
Yeah, please sit down.
We
Thank
beg
you.
you.
So these are some of the amazing t-shirts and the posters that would have actually coming for you.
Okay.
All you have to do is make sure you're following the stream. You're following us on the social media handles.
Right.
You're liking. Please comment.
Yes, let's hear you.
The first to comment is actually getting a lovely t-shirt.
Yep.
And then there are posters as well.
Mhm.
You know, artwork that brings out the beauty, the ingenuity of Africa.
And it says a lot, I believe.
It actually stands for a lot. I mean, with Hafiz like this, his t-shirt, the design basically, you're looking at, there's an African man. I mean, his color and everything. And
consuming
he's
consciousness.
He's even in the fugu.
I know, right?
With the cap, and then he's consuming more African consciousness
He's
just from Africa Global
decolonizing,
Radio. Yeah, he's decolonizing. So,
right.
And then with Mami,
right?
You know, and we know the way Mami herself is. I think she actually picked the best t-shirts for
She's
herself.
actually dressed like the art on the
You
t-shirt
know,
because
Mommy,
she has this, you know,
the Mami's
stuff.
artwork has a man who has actually been unleashed after listening to Africa Global Radio.
Untie
You know,
me,
he has
decolonize
been
me.
decolonized after
Yeah.
listening to the shows and
Yeah.
listening to the radio station. So,
Uh-huh.
and Mami literally has been unleashed. She has been decolonized.
Yeah, right. 1 year ago, I believe.
And then we have Barry Musa himself.
Yeah.
Now, I think his t-shirt is similar to mine, but
yours,
this
yeah.
is Africa with Africa Global Radio.
Yeah.
On it, and we're telling you that at the heart of Africa is where we're transmitting from. We're bringing the critical issues, we're
Mhm.
addressing it, and making the very important thing is we're solution focused.
Right.
It's not just about bringing the problems, but then after you portray the problems,
Okay.
what do we do next? That is one thing we'll look out for here at Africa Global Radio. So
Yeah.
be the first to comment, like, go follow us on social media at Facebook, Africa Global Radio,
All right.
Twitter and Instagram at AF Global Radio, and comment and like, share. Get your friends to come and follow and watch the stream. You never know, you'd actually be winning some of these amazing t-shirts and you could
Right.
rock them somewhere.
All right. Thank you, Epi. But let's hear. Hafiz, anything else to top up?
Well,
You're good.
We are looking good, and
Okay.
if you look, I mean, when the pictures were put out,
Uh-huh.
I mean, we had some very interesting comments about how we were looking.
Yeah,
So,
the posing and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah?
So, yes, and not so interesting was anyway, I guess. But
Yeah.
if you're looking to look as great as I do,
Mhm.
and the rest of the team, I believe you would go onto the social media pages and
Absolutely.
yes, and just do what she says, and
Mhm.
let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and,
Maybe would possibly help us with some of the hashtags. AGR, hashtag AGR at 1.
Hashtag AGR at 1,
Mhm.
hashtag Match Said,
Uh-huh.
hashtag
Ghana
Africa Global Radio,
Yeah.
hashtag Ghana 64,
Yeah.
hashtag Our Story, Our Growth,
Our
Our Future,
Future,
hashtag
mhm.
One Africa,
Right.
hashtag 21 Days of Activism Against Racism.
Exactly. One of those conversations that would thoroughly be talked about right here with panel of global Africans right here. So stay tuned for that. It's just all about the Africa Daily Show special, but there are other interesting shows that would be coming up on today on Africa Global Radio Network. I am Barry Musa. Thank you, Epi. Now let's proceed to find out what is trending on social media. Let's find out that in a bit.
What's trending?
What's trending?
What is trending? What's trending?
Still going back to Epi.
Okay, so on trends for today, well,
Yeah.
you all know it's Sithmach officially, and Sithmach rings a big bell here in our base Ghana because I mean
Yep.
it's like our birthday,
Uh-huh.
Independence Day, and
Right.
Ghana today is turning 64 years,
Mhm.
which is amazing.
Yeah.
I think, well, if Ghana was very fit, 64 should still be able to walk on their own feet.
Well, probably retired, I guess.
Of course, retired. I mean, 4 years down
Retired, I
retirement.
guess,
yes.
yeah.
4 years down retirement.
Yeah.
So yes. So some of the trends we have hashtag the flag. Now this is not just the only thing trending. It comes with the flag, the face, the body. So what people are doing is they have a screenshot or a picture of the flag,
Right.
and then another one of themselves, and they've put it together. Some of them have a picture of the flag, their faces, and then a whole picture of their body, and then they put the three together. It's like a collage they're doing,
Okay.
and they're just trending and tweeting it as well.
All right.
I believe has some other trends as well.
Yes, I also have some other trends such as hashtag Independence Day.
Okay.
Yes, we have something like that. There's also hashtag Sithmach, so basically on the same team.
Right,
Yes,
right,
It's
right.
all about the Independence Day celebration.
Okay.
And, just quickly, on the hashtag the flag, she mentioned earlier.
Right.
People are being very creative with their postings.
Okay.
Yes, the flag in the face.
All right.
Some actually put it out, the flag and the president, that is. But it's actually a picture of they themselves and not the president.
Right.
People are being creative with it.
Okay.
So it's an interesting hashtag you'd want to check out anyway.
Great. Mommy?
Okay, so the next thing that's trending on Twitter is Kwame Nkrumah.
Right.
Yeah, and some of the tweets read, someone says, Kwame Nkrumah did not lose his hairline for you to be airing me on the TL and in the DMs.
Okay.
Really? Really?
Now, that is like a subtle sab.
I know, right?
It's not a surgical, it's like...
Yeah, right.
And the other one says, I am not African because I was born in Africa, but
Okay.
because Africa was born in me.
That's super. I
And
think
there's,
Kwame Nkrumah, that's one of his quotes.
That's one of his
Kwame
quotes,
Nkrumah's
yeah. So
quotes,
people
yeah.
are putting out most of his quotes. And another one says, that's time of the year again, Sithmach. Happy Independence Day, fellow Ghanaians.
Right.
Thank you, Kwame Nkrumah.
Right. Okay, that's all we have, guys. Thank you very much. The show is Africa Daily Special. AGR at 1 anniversary, Ghana at 64, Independence Day, and it's all merrymaking right here. Now, you can also share your thoughts with us on our WhatsApp platform, +233 2070646880. Follow us on Facebook, Africa Global Radio, because we are streaming live, of course, on YouTube as well, Africa Global Radio. I am Barry Musa. Let's move on now to find out what's next on the bill. It's all about another promotional video of AGR right here that we're going to be playing for you. And AGR, that's Africa Global Radio. It's all about the first shoot in Pram Pram, one of the towns in our base, Ghana, not too far away from Accra, and there was an event there that AGR went out there and captured these events. I mean, these are African conscious stuff and African events, bringing you the beautiful diversity. I mean, the music, the dressing, the cultural, enclave in that regard. We definitely brought that to you in this beautiful piece that would be played in a bit. So let's roll out that one.
Speaking from the center of the world, Ghana, right in Pram Pram. Listen to Africa Global Radio.
Our story, our growth, our future. Africa Global Radio.
This is the African Ancestral Wall. And anybody visiting, you'll be welcome to the Ancestral Wall. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jawai Komna Danso. I'm a multi-ability artist. I'm resident in Ghana. I live here. I love this country. All of you out there, you need to come back here home. Repatriate Isamos. Africa Global Radio. Keep watching that. Keep listening. Tune in. Let's raise African consciousness everywhere we're there. Love.
You do for yourself everything you do. You do for yourself everything you do for yourself.
Yes, it's Baba Yao Nefertem from Toronto, Canada. And I love Africa Global Radio. Incredible works. I salute you.
I listen to Africa Global Radio. I can't wait to see what they do next.
Listen to Africa Global Radio, or you're going to be behind the times.
AG at 1, Ghana at 64. I love the piece the man said, "Oh, you'll be left behind." Which one? What part of the video did you like?
I'm a multi-ability.
Yeah, repatriate, man.
Yes.
All of our people in Jamaica. Yeah, repatriate back home, man.
So then you're thinking, what
Yeah.
is a multi-ability?
Well, I believe he's just trying to express himself.
He does everything,
He's
sir.
multi-talented, I
He
believe.
does everything. So.
Yeah.
So then I am a multi-ability as well.
Huh?
That's fine. We'll assess you after
You are
the show. We'll assess you. But let me go to Hafiz. Hafiz,
Yes.
you took an interest in something in the video.
Yes.
Right.
The instruments.
The instruments. That's the kolgo. Is it a kolgo? Koko? Korko? Well, you've stayed in Bolga before.
I was born and raised.
You're born and raised in Bolga.
Can you
yeah.
play it?
The capital town, city of Upper East.
Yes.
Yeah, in our base, Ghana.
But
Right.
then you're talking about how he said you'll be left behind.
Yeah.
Yes, and I absolutely agree.
Right.
Yes, we are keeping up with the times on this platform.
Right.
And we are on a mission to sanitize all that garbage that is out there about Africa.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. We are on a sanitation mission.
All right.
So this platform is the place to be if you want to keep up with the times.
Right.
And what Africa is all about.
True.
Okay.
True.
Forget everything you've read about Africa out there. There's so much more to this continent than the bad press you hear.
Right.
That we get out there.
Amazing. Epic.
Yeah. So someone said I love Africa Global Radio.
Yeah.
I still don't know why you people don't love us. Like if you haven't loved us and you're still not loving us and you have not made up your mind to love us, I'm still wondering what pie is it with you?
I like the Ghanaian in you. What pie is it?
What pie is it with you? So please go out to love and like and follow us.
Yeah.
And it's good content we're putting. It's not your regular radio station. We're not bringing what you hear every day. We're bringing you differences. We're bringing you facts. We're changing the narrative, and that's what we're doing here. So please love Africa Global Radio.
All right, we're streaming on AfricaGlobalRadio.com across the world, wherever it is that you find yourself, on the 54 countries. In the 54 countries in Africa, on the Caribbean islands. I mean, wherever it is in the U.S., in Europe, in North America, South America. Please join us right here. The show is Africa Daily on Africa Global Radio, and this is the special version of the show. AGR at 1. Tweet at us on Twitter, AF Global Radio. The hashtag is the Africa Daily Show. On Facebook, we are streaming live Africa Global Radio. On YouTube, Africa Global Radio. I am Barry Musa. Let's move on to our next bit right here. And that is where we tend to reflect and recall some of the important memories, hilarious ones, I believe, that we would be bringing you right here. We're going to be talking about that in a jiffy. Stay with us.
Ready or not, we go they come with the wicked day sound.
Afisa say na bibia look different. Last say na me muni na to say bitters. What can I say? When I'm crowned to say preachers.
I'm a winner, a fighter, I live and breathe like you.
Nobody knows tomorrow. Inyakoni mainshi nekedo. Neavake meboba, niova, 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 niova.
1 2 1 2 Bakuminu. My name is Reggie Rockstone.
I am the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash. And as I say, Mama Kweje Biwafasi.
Hi, this is Epiphania.
Hi, Ajay Kwesi here.
Hello everyone, my name is Safia Tousek from Senegal. I am the founder of the brand Saraya, which is a fashion brand from Senegal.
Hello, my name is Amwafo Asifa Cecilia, author of A Shower Diary.
My name is Abe Pisego. I'm a playwright, poet, and actor.
Hello everyone.
everybody. My name is Chantal Kukwa Igan. I'm a set designer, an interior designer, an artist, and a philanthropist.
My name is Amaka Amatefu. I'm a Ghanaian artist. I paint, I do sculpture, and I write poetry as well.
Hi there, my name is Sape Kwadi from Indigene Bros Animation Studio. Hi guys, my name is Joey B, aka your friend is saying Beezy.
Hey people, my name is Zakia Z-A-K-I-A, and you are now tuned into Africa Global Radio.
What's up, it's Trigmatic, and you're on Africa Global Radio. Our story, our growth, our future.
Yes, people, this is Rocky Dawuni coming to you live and direct from Africa Global Radio.
Well, I listen to Africa Global Radio all the time. Africa Global Radio tells the story of Africans in the most unique way.
It's been a wonderful experience being on Arts Africa.
We have been talking about so much about Africa, entrepreneurship, fashion, and much more.
And this is where we nurture the Africa we want.
You better do so too. It's where you can have your best in entertainment, news, and everything about Africa. Stay with us.
I really encourage you to listen to that radio.
Africa Global Radio, yeah, it's showing live.
Where we share our story, measure our growth, and craft our own future.
Log on to www.africaglobalradio.com.
Tune in to Africa Global Radio.
Africa Global Radio, keep your dial tuned in
On www.africaglobalradio.com.
Everything positive about Africa lives right here on Africa Global Radio.
Check out www.africaglobalradio.com, where Africa lives. We're telling you the African story.
Don't touch that dial.
And in the comparison of Abeton and System, our shadows would find their places on the wall.
It is our story, our growth, and our future.
Be ready for more. We go to kill him with the wicked sound.
Today we remember. Today we remember.
All right, now today, in the year 2020, the 6th of March, AGR, Africa Global Radio, went live. And of course, the flagship show of Africa Global Radio, Africa Daily, also went live. So it's trust me, it's a milestone. I must say we've actually come a long way. I mean, 365 days, 12 months, 1 year. It's no joke. A lot can happen even within 24 hours. To how much more? 365 days. And I mean, throughout this period, we've covered a lot, we've talked about a lot, we've seen a lot, we've encountered our challenges along the way, we've seen and celebrated the successes and what have you. So it's a day that obviously we would want to look at how far we've come. I mean, everyone that actually saw the genesis, the beginning of Africa Global Radio, our Africa Daily show, would be proud of where we are today. I mean, not to talk about the challenges and what have you. These are things that would definitely push you, to ladder further. But believe me, it was an interesting and a memorable day for most of us, right? And then 1 year down the line, we're still here. Thanks to God Almighty, we're all healthy, we're sound. I mean, others might not be here physically, but I believe they're streaming us live like you are doing right now on YouTube, Africa Global Radio, on Facebook, Africa Global Radio. So, let me bring in my colleagues now and let's reflect 1 year ago. Let me start with my man. I saw the look. I knew. The look was telling me something. But yeah, last year, I would say.
Yesterday, I recounted something to Epi. I don't think you were in the office then.
Really?
So last year on the 6th of March, right?
So
we left like late the day before.
That was like Thursday.
The Thursday,
5th
yes.
of March.
So I come into the office.
Yeah.
I'm still very tired.
Okay.
And then Kayode goes like, we need some voices.
And yes, a big shout out to Kayode wherever he is. I believe he's going to be joining us. Of course, one of those guys who, I mean, like, guys, get in the studio. Get in the studio. I'm like, Kayode. Kilode. Kilo Shele.
I mean, Kayode, man.
I like Kilode now. Any suru, man. I mean, my Yoruba was just chale. But yeah, Epi.
Kai.
1 year ago, Africa Daily Show. Let's start from the 5th of March actually. So yeah, the 5th of March. That was a Thursday,
Yeah, that was a Thursday.
Yeah. And it was like, okay, continue.
So I live miles and miles away, and I'm like, we're supposed to prepare for tomorrow, and it's gonna be a big day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, fine. And know we'll close late. I mean, meetings and last minute stuff and rehearsals. We used to call it runoffs, right? We always used to head into the studio to do runoffs, and it's like a rehearsal for the pre-day.
For the pre-day, yeah.
So we finished everything, and I thought the meeting is gonna end like let's say 6:30.
6:30, 7-ish, yeah.
It's 7, and we're still sitting in the meeting.
Yeah, and that's where new stuff keep coming up.
7:30.
There's one thing I remember.
We're still sitting down.
8:30.
We're still sitting down. I'm just wondering, God.
9:30.
How am I going to go?
And what I keep hearing is so.
That's the same thing that keeps on. And you know what? The minute you hear "so" is the beginning of a new paragraph.
Paragraph. it was like a lecture. Hafiz wasn't here though, but trust me, you can imagine after all this period that you've been. I mean, we've had times where we'd had to stay back to plan proper for the next day, or if there's any substantial issue that needed addressing. I mean, we would need to stay back to make sure some of these things are addressed before we leave. So these are some of the experiences last year, Hafiz.
Yes, I came in the latter stages of everything.
Right? So, yeah.
Yes, I kind of feel jealous.
But you can
share these inside jokes.
That little moment
I'm left out in the cold.
Don't worry.
But hey, I'll also make my own memories.
it was an interesting period. I mean, prelude the launching. Yeah, Mami? Anything you want to talk about? Epi, that's all?
Yeah. I'm just trying to say, where you see the good things here.
There's a lot of hard work that went into it. So yeah, thank you very much, guys, for sharing. 1 year ago, on the 6th of March 2020, Africa Global Radio officially went live on air with its flagship program. That is the Africa Daily Show with me, Barry Musa. And of course, I'm humbled and honored to be the one that, I mean, my colleagues, we were not just it's not just the flagship nature of the Africa Daily Show, but we being the first, hosts of the show, taking it live. I think that goes down in the books of history as well.
Yes,
history.
Exactly, because 1 year ago it was Barry Musa, it was Epifania, it was Amami Amoamita. I'm sure, I mean, years down the line, those who would take over, we used to have this guy. We used to have that Mami. We used to have Epifania and
cool, calm Mami.
Exactly.
Well, what just happened?
The show is Africa Daily on Africa Global Radio. Thank you very much, guys. I am Barry Musa, AGR at 1, Ghana at 64. Tweet at us on Twitter, AF Global Radio. The hashtag is the Africa Daily Show. Stream us live on YouTube, Africa Global Radio. On Facebook as well, Africa Global Radio. And don't forget the hashtags, which could actually win you a prize, as Epi mentioned, a T-shirt, a poster, right? That's a poster, yeah. You get a poster. I mean, some souvenirs of consciousness, actually, that could bring out that beauty, that part of Africa, that part of global, Africanacity that you may have been missing all these years. It's right here. This is where it all I mean, comes to life. All right, it's there, dormant, but we're here to bring it live. Our story, our growth, our future. Now let's have another journey video with AGR that would be coming up next right here. But do not forget to follow us on Facebook, Africa Global Radio. We're live right there on YouTube as well, Africa Global Radio. I am Barry Musa, and this is the Africa Daily Show special inside the AGR Gardens, live from the airport city, the beautiful city of Accra. It is Ghana at 64 as well. Don't forget that. Let's roll.
Well, I'd say working with AGR has been very insightful for me, considering the tons of knowledge that we churn out on a daily basis on my show, Africa Daily Show. I would say it's very enlightening. I mean, diverse areas we visit on a daily basis. And being with AGR has also reshaped my way of thinking, I used to be a proud African. I think I am more of a proud African now than before. Yeah.
My experience with Africa Global Radio has been an enlightening one. It's been a journey that has taught me to see Africa from a deeper perspective. It's been one full of growth and appreciation for the Africa that we have.
How would I describe my experience with Africa Global Radio? I believe there's this open, friendly working environment that we have built for ourselves here, and it actually goes as easy going. Everybody's easy to approach. So I believe it's been a great experience working with Africa Global Radio. It's been fun.
Working with Africa Global Radio is a two-edged experience. You learn to work in teams, you are exposed to positive developments, innovations, creativity happening in Africa. And by extension, you learn to love Africa. At the other side, you would learn to work under pressure. So, in summary, it opens you up to, new things, new space, and all that. It's a great place everyone should be.
My journey here at AGR has been intriguing and exciting, to say the least. Each and every day here at AGR presents a brand new opportunity to research and venture into the unfamiliar. And to me, it's something I can be thankful for AGR, because you can put a price tag on knowledge. That is something I would forever hold dear.
My journey with AGR, I'd say, has been a good one, with a few sprinkles of bad in there, because you won't have it all good. But then, it is one that I am most grateful for, because it has opened me up to new experiences, and I've met some great people that I'll carry with me for as long as I live on the earth. So, yeah, it's one that has been good. Very good.
Did you know?
All right. Per the, preluding jingle, did you know? Which means that we will be sharing an important, something significant that happened 1 year ago at the forecourts of Africa Global Radio, where we are transmitting live from the beautiful city of Accra, Ghana. Don't forget, today is the 6th of March. The birthday, of course, 1 year anniversary of AGR, and that is hashtag AGR@1. Our story, our growth, our future, that's another hashtag. Africa Global Radio, that's the hashtag that you can use on Twitter, AF Global Radio. Follow us on Facebook, we are streaming live, Africa Global Radio, on Twitter, AF Global Radio, or stream the show on our website, africaglobalradio.com. Like I said, did you know? There's an interesting piece that we'll be sharing with you right about now. So, should I start, or Epi would like to start? Well,
Epi, would you like to start?
So did you know the very first day we were?
I think you should allow her to out herself.
Yes, do as the honest.
Epi.
All right, okay, yeah, let me just do a defense. This time I don't want to be the one to let the cat out of the bag. So Epi, just confess. Yeah.
Okay.
Tell the world what happened on the 5th of March, 2020.
Okay, so last year on the 6th of March was a holiday. And it turned out that very day, in my neighborhood, in my town, that's Kpong, Katamanso, the taxis that will transport me from Kpong to Tema to actually get an Accra car.
No, Epi, wait.
What?
You have to say, did you know on this
day
I
fine.
did
So
this?
did you know? Did you know
Yeah.
that on 6th March 2020, the
Right.
very day that the Africa Daily Show was airing for the very first
First
time,
time.
I, Epifania Jokotogui, who was supposed to be giving good news and all the editorials that was way up the show, got into the show very late. They had already started. They were on air, and I was still in the car coming.
You should see her face at that time. Where are you? Where are you? I was like, where are you?
Okay, so now I've given the did you know. Now should I break it down?
Well,
so let me continue.
Should we share our feelings before?
No, let's share our feelings. You see, that day wasn't just. Well, hold on. You see, I think the narration bit is okay, but the fact, the incident that actually happened is what we're more interested in. The thing is, everyone at that time, we were all tensed.
Okay, because it was the first time going out, not just outdooring the station, but outdooring the program as well, which is of course a flagship show, right? Carries the name of the continent, Africa Daily. You should imagine the goosebumps that we had at that time. It wasn't exciting goosebumps, it was like parasitic ones. Plus, the thing is, I was now getting exposed or used to, you know, the Africanacity of the whole thing, okay? It's like moving away from my usual way of being on air radio kind of thing. Hafiz, you would understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I'm moving outside my comfort zone, I would say, to explore other avenues. So for me, I was already tense. I was like, you know what? Because I felt like a president at that time. Kayode was at my right. Yasmin was at my left. They were holding papers. I thought it was like I was waiting to be briefed as a president, but that wasn't the case. I was waiting to be fed. With Barry here, Barry there, and Epi. I mean, Yasmin comes and Kayode comes and he looks at me and I say something and Yasmin goes like, okay. And I'm like, yeah, I said it wrong. I am sure. And Epi wasn't there. You should imagine. I don't know how was the feeling like for you?
I mean, you know, she goes right after Proverb of the Week and then Daily Fix,
which are so short in terms of timing.
And then it's almost good news. In 30 minutes into the show, Epi is nowhere to be found.
And she's somewhere around.
And you call her and she's like, I'm coming. I'm in traffic.
There's nothing like I am coming. I'm on my way.
I'm on my way.
Are you guys done? Okay, so that was the pirated copy. Let me give you the original version.
We're not interested in your version.
Okay, so what happens is I actually get up and do my stuff, and I set off, and it turns out no taxi is actually leaving the town to Tema.
Okay.
And if I don't get to Tema, I can't get a car to our car and come to work.
Yeah.
So I get a taxi, fortunately, after walking for miles and miles, and then he actually tells me, oh, he goes around, he doesn't get any passenger in addition to myself. Okay. And he's like, okay, madam, let me just do another one and see if I can get another person in addition to you. So my mind is, if he doesn't get, we're still coming. So this guy goes around the town again, doesn't get, gets to the bridge of the junction, the town, and tells me, madam, the idea just so see now. That's
a typical Ghanaian moment.
I literally had to get down and look for another car.
Yeah.
So you can just imagine, that is how, and Kaide kept calling me, and my phone was just going off. When I came in, I just saw Yasmin's face, and I mean, I didn't look at her face again for the rest of the show, because the first glimpse I got was good enough. She was like, get in here, and I was like, yes, please. And I just wanted to say.
There's nothing more to say. It was an interesting moment. I mean, that moment actually got us so tense at that time. The anxiety, you know. At the point in time, I was lost. I had a console in front of me, but I was lost. But it was all good. It's all part of the story.
But I think the good thing was, at the end of the day, even with the pressure and tension, we did a good show.
Oh yeah. We did a good show. We did a good show. Yeah. Kayode was standing like I felt like a president at that time, because I had Kayode boldly standing in his red shirt, and Yasmin was there like saying nothing, but the actions were like, you know what, that, and you know, the show was up because Hafiz real quick.
But quickly. There's something that we don't put out there so much. Okay. And that is every presenter's nightmare.
Oh yeah.
It gets not showing up, much less a discussant.
Yeah. Yes.
Office why
program not showing up. I mean, it's not a position you want to be
at all.
Because then you have to think on your feet. You have to do things, improvise and everything.
So,
it's crazy.
All right.
And I'm just wondering what was
going through your mind on that side. All right. Thank you very much, guys, for sharing. The show is Africa Daily. This is the special edition. We are live at the Garden City AGR. Well, I say Garden City, but that's Kumasi. At AGR Garden from Accra, Ghana, and we're reaching out to every global African out there, every conscious African mind out there, and to all of our diasporans listening to us on AfricaGlobalRadio.com, streaming us live on YouTube, and of course Facebook. We are going now to our next bit, which is another important segment on the Africa Daily Show. And that is where we celebrate excellence. We celebrate champions. You know, on the continent of Africa, in the diaspora, people of conscious African minds who believe in the progress of Africa. We do celebrate these individuals because, I mean, it's high time these people get acknowledged. You don't just roll over and get a privilege, just and that's it. we need to let you understand the storyline behind these things, and it's very important that we celebrate these individuals and groups who are championing such excellence. Now, before I get to the whole African champion bit, well, there is a bit of intro. There's a prelude to that. It's all about a video that I will be sharing with you in a bit. After that, I will be introducing to you whom our African champion is for today, the 6th of March. AGR at 1, Ghana at 64. Normally, we don't usually show, I mean, they're not really here in person because, I mean, most of the time they're from far places. But this one is right here with us. I'll be bringing you that in a bit. Stay with us.
The Tech by Her program has been absolutely awesome. I cannot emphasize enough the brilliance of GIZ and MEST putting together a team of business experts that rolled out sessions for us, sharing their expertise, their experience, giving us so many deep insights that are crucial to the growth and success of our startups. Not only that, we still have access to them. So the story doesn't end. We have got a catalog of nuggets that we can go back and refer to for life, and we have access to the experts forevermore. And then, of course, this female ecosystem that we have been able to build, Nigeria, Kenya, here in Ghana, this sisterhood. We are the ambassadors, so the story is just beginning, but the support that I have personally benefited from, and I would like to think the support I have given has just made us stronger. And I tell you, we are women in a very good position because we have been able to get so much value from this program. This is the beginning, not the end, and I'm excited to see the ones that come after us and to build with the ones that have been part of this journey.
Africa Global Radio, the bomb!
You saw the video, and the personality that you just saw happens to be Yasmin Bitugu, and she is the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Africa Global Radio, our story, our growth, our future. By kind courtesy of her, I mean, some of us are employed, actually. That's just by the way. But yeah, she is one person that is a Pan-Africanist, I would say that way. Very much conscious, everything that has to do, I mean, an atomic thing about Africa, about global Africa, about conscious minds about Africa, she is right at the center. And she has that belief. It has never been easy, it has not been easy, but she is always at the center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our global viewers, our global listeners, let's join hands in welcoming our Chief Executive Officer, Yasmin Bitugu, and of course, co-founder of Africa Global Radio, and she's our African champion for today. Please, let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together. Yeah, yes. Hello?
Hello, hi.
How are you? No, don't worry, I'm a reasonable person. I'm a reasonable person, yeah?
Sorry, stop it.
You don't have a problem.
For anybody that doesn't know, he's doing an impression of me. Thank you. I'm fine. I'm very well. Thank you.
Great.
Well done, guys.
Great.
Done.
Thank you
well
very
done.
much. I mean, it must have been a long, it must have been like a tough time for you. I mean, the preluding, the works that has to go in between before we put all of these things together. How's the pressure feeling like? Seeing what we where we are today in terms of our OB.
Well, to be very honest, I'm actually relaxed now.
Right.
I think you guys have
Right.
done such a great job.
Right.
I have to say, big up
Right.
to the tech crew sitting on my left.
Right.
I left them here last night at 11.
Yeah.
and I believe they slept here overnight.
Right.
And which reminds me of last year. A year ago.
A similar
we slept here.
thing happened, right.
We didn't have as many texts then.
Right.
But we also slept overnight. I remember waiting for an interview. I think we got an interview with Samia Nkrumah that very morning. And
It was.
No, I'm very grateful. I'm very relaxed now, I have to say. You guys have it's rolling.
Kickstarted, yeah. Right.
An hour before, about half an hour before the show, we were all kind of. But
I know.
No,
right.
I'm fine. I'm blessed, and I'm very grateful for the team.
Great to know that. Now, 1 year down the line, I mean, 1 year ago it all started. Even though the vision, mission, the conversations, discussions about this particular whole establishment started way back. But then going live on air was made possible 1 year ago. How has that journey been for you?
Well, you guys have been there.
Right.
We've all had our individual journeys and a common journey, right?
True.
It's been, I think, one of the biggest journeys of my life. I have to be honest. It's been so many different things all at once. So I've had loads of boom moments, as you know.
Yeah, the boom, I know.
And I've had moments of despair. Like any startup, it's a journey, and it's one thing I have to always remember, and I don't remember enough.
Okay.
And that is about celebrating small wins, you know?
Absolutely.
And I think we've done a tremendous job, because we actually, I mean, look at this. I mean, we're a radio station that is also audio visual.
Right.
We have like 3 different channels, so people can listen to us, people can watch us, people can come to our website.
Right.
It's a non-stop shop, so people can read articles. It's just so many different things at once, and we are a startup, which means we do have limited resources.
Right.
But what you guys and what we are collectively able to kind of offer global Africa is something I think we really need to give ourselves a pat on the back on.
Super. Something that we're here to do. Giving to global Africa. Absolutely true. Now let's talk about trying to change the media culture, the conversation, the vision that we are projecting out there, the consciousness of Africa, you know, all about global Africa, the conscious mind. How do you manage to attract people to this particular, you know, conversation, this discourse? How are you able to get them on board?
Okay, so one thing, as we know, and that's what we're fighting, and that's what our mission is, it's really about good news from and on global Africa.
Right,
okay?
right.
Which we're still, you know, it needs repairing, because obviously the narrative for decades has been the opposite.
Right.
And we all know that Africa is more than war, hunger, civil unrest, famine, blah, blah, right? There's so much diversity. There's so many things happening across the continent and in global Africa. So luckily, I have to say, with really pivotal moments like George Floyd, the demise of George Floyd, it has created a new awakening. So the whole Black Lives Matter movement and that whole kind of reaction,
right,
I really think, even if it was temporarily, the world and the corporate world had to wake up. And this afternoon we'll be talking about racism and institutional racism and that whole thing, and we're part of the 21 days of racism.
Activism,
but what I'm trying to say is there are more outfits springing up now that are black content creators, right? So there's more black content creation coming out, and the job is too big for any one outfit. And I believe in collaboration, consolidation, but I think more than ever before, there's more choice now, and just the way that the media is offered, right? You can pick and choose and go to the places that you that are of interest to you. So
All
we're
right.
here, and as you've said, it's all about good news. So it's
Absolutely.
really about spreading the word.
Okay.
And we've just got to do that more to be able to attract
Right,
listeners
right.
that can learn something.
Right, let's also talk about how, you know, the driving spirits is like for you. Where do you get motivated? Where do you drive your motivation from? Trying to get people to not just invest in, but the average listener out there, to let them understand that, look, all of what you've been consuming, yes, we have imported all of these things. Now, let's try to champion and celebrate our own. Where do you get the motivation to keep going? Because obviously there are challenges along the way. Sometimes it's actually very difficult to get someone to buy into your vision, right? Where do you get this inspiration from?
Well, I think there's so many different areas, actually. I mean, so many different reasons. One, I just feel a kind of innate responsibility. I just really believe in small corner, right? Fighting the fight in your small corner,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And not just complaining. We know what the problems are, right?
Right.
And it's really about being the change you wish to see.
Exactly,
Even if
exactly.
it's a life struggle. And
True.
I really have to say, really a big up to my co-founders.
Yes.
And I really need to drag.
As I mentioned earlier,
I've got my co-founder who I need to
Yes.
drag on stage.
On stage, absolutely.
Because-
Please, let's put our hands together for the co-founder of Africa Global Radio. She is right here, Madam Sadia Mold.
Yeah, because
very happy.
we are both dreamers,
Right.
right? And we've spent many a late night just really dreaming
Yeah.
and trying to transfer our ideals into some reality projects.
Great.
And they, Sadia and our other co-founder, I don't know what happened, but it was one of those dreamy nights, and even though the initial idea I kind of blew up,
Right.
I have to really
Yeah.
Sadia speak.
I-
And that's also part of the motivation, having that
Exactly.
belief in
Right.
me to say, go ahead, go and do something.
Right. Well, this is the Africa Daily Special, AGR at 1, Ghana at 64. I am speaking to our African champ. Well, I shouldn't say African champ, because African champions. Because Yasmin Batugu, CEO and co-founder, is right here. And of course, another co-founder, Madam Sadia Mold, is seated right here with us right here today as we celebrate this important and memorable day. Madam Sadia Mold, how are you?
I am very well, thank you. Today, I actually had a very bad reaction to the vaccine which I took.
Oh,
Probably
yes,
a couple of days
COVID-19.
ago,
True,
so
true.
I encourage everyone
Go
out there and
get vaccinated.
Yes.
True.
I feel a lot better today.
You feel a lot better?
Yes,
We think. I mean,
much better.
it's I mean, it's normal. You just have that partial,
Exactly.
vaccine,
Reaction to it, yes,
virus and what have you. But it's great to have you.
Thank you so much.
I believe we have not actually had the opportunity to talk since we went live last year. No, we didn't do that.
Not live, not on the show.
Not on the show.
This
is our first time on the show.
Exactly.
But it's the first time we've actually.
Right. But what is it like for you? Supporting and observing from afar as a co-founder.
Barry.
Right.
Okay, so let me tell you how this whole thing started.
Okay.
So the other co-founder Yasmin keeps referring to is my husband, right?
Okay.
Dr. William Mold.
Yeah.
We are both Pan-Africans.
Okay.
And we love reggae music. Okay.
Right.
Reggae music and African music.
Mm-hmm.
For a very long time, we were looking for an outlet, somewhere where you can tune in and just listen to African music
conscious
and
songs.
reggae.
Yeah.
We couldn't find it, so we thought, you know what, we're going to start our own.
Right.
And my lovely sister, Yasmin, both dreamers. So I called Yasmin. I said, look, William and I want to start a radio station.
Right.
We just want to play African music and reggae. She has a background in journalism and broadcast journalism.
Right.
So we thought, fantastic. Yasmin, start a radio station. We just want to listen to reggae and listen to African music.
Right.
A year on, we have this amazing product
Wow.
that we are so proud of. I mean, it's incredible because it's important for us to be able to tell the African story from our perspective.
Absolutely.
And it is something that we all wish to see. But for Yasmin to take this dream of William Mould and Sadia
and transform
into something that I think everybody needs to watch out for Africa Global Radio. This station is going places. It is the platform that Africa needs to change the narrative. I'm really, really, really proud of Yasmin's achievement. I couldn't have imagined that we would be here a year on. It's not been very easy.
Yeah.
There've been challenges, but she's done an amazing job with a fantastic team that supported to make this dream a reality. I mean, basically, we dreamt, but now the dream has
blossomed.
It's blossomed.
Amazing.
And it is going to go.
Right. I believe we still need to consider the reggae slot for you. You know, it has to be, yeah.
You know, I think when she started and then the passion started increasing, she realized that there are bigger, you know, fishes to catch.
Yes.
Reggae can come in. Reggae can come in later on, but we have bigger issues to deal with on the continent. So that's what she's focusing on.
No problem.
I'm so proud of her.
All right.
Well
Thank you very much also for joining us right here. And yes, that was Sadia Mould, the co-founder of one of the co-founders of Africa Global Radio. Now let's move on to Yasmin Bitugu. Finally, what's next and what are the plans for Africa Global Radio? Our global audience would like to know so they can be up to speed and not waste time in joining the whole.
Okay, well, we've got, as usual, big plans for 2021. The next thing is our Africa Global Radio app, which is going to be out soon.
Right.
So watch out for that, and that will make that just opens up a new market for us. Of course, we're going to be rolling out some really fresh and exciting programs. So the business community out there, stand by. The diasporan community out there, the whole link between the diaspora and Africa, we've got a great program coming up there.
Right.
And of course music. You know, we're really into the creative arts, so we've got a couple of things that we are developing there. So programs, our app, and of course the sky is the limit. But I have to, like, it is 2021. We did set up and then we went home because of COVID and started broadcasting from home.
Yes.
So I'm not going to promise too much, but these are the things that are coming up.
All right. Thank you very much for joining me, and that was our African champion for today, Yasmin Bitugu, with one of the co-founders of Africa Global Radio. So we proceed now. I will be bringing you another tape right here, and it is a piece of video. That's a take by her. What's one of the collaborations that we've done, you know, as a media outfit in terms of promoting what we intended doing as part of the responsibility, you know, of being one of those voices for global Africans and African conscious mind out there. So that would be rolling out in a bit. Stay with us, don't go away.
Thank you, Barry.
Hello everyone, my name is Cynthia Ave, co-founder and business lead at Chasti Farm.
Hello, my name is Yasmin Bitugu, co-founder and CEO of Africa Global Radio.
Hi everyone, my name is Timmy and I'm a co-founder and CEO at Invoicia.
Chasti Farm is an agri-tech company that connects farmers to markets. We are primarily a digital marketplace that makes sure that farmers have constant access to markets to sell their produce. We do this by using data predictive analysis to make sure that we properly connect demand to supply.
At Invoicia, we provide working capital loans to small businesses that are usually rejected by traditional financial means. And we do this through machine learning credit models that we design for these small businesses, just to make sure that they have their data also available in the credit system.
Africa Global Radio is an online radio station that projects and promotes compelling, inspiring, empowering narratives on global Africa. Africa Global Radio engages global contributors to produce live radio programming, podcasts, and an online magazine for the Africa conscious mind. We also are a production house and a studio hire service.
Through Invoicia, small businesses are able to efficiently run their businesses without any financial interruptions. And that makes us happy because our economy gets to grow.
At Trustee Farm, we have a bold vision to transform the life of the young farmers we work with. Currently, most of them are living on meager incomes. Their incomes are inadequately enough to cater for a standard way of living. Most of them are doing 1 acre and a whole crop season. We want to be able to help them increase their acreage from 1 to 5 in the first year.
Our mission is to become a global player in providing authentic voices on global Africa. Our vision is to use narratives of progress and brilliance and innovation to contribute to transformational change.
At Trustee Farm, we have a huge task of increasing the revenues of our farmers. And we are glad we can do this on a daily basis because we have the support from Invoicia.
And we're helping Trustee Farms with access to capital so that they can finance their farmers on time and to also efficiently run their marketplace.
And we are the storyteller. Africa Global Radio likes to chronicle positive, vibrant narratives that impact. On our Ghana Business Daily Show, we cover the agri sector and we also cover fintech. So through this power circle, together,
we're changing the narrative.
And we are contributing to transforming Ghana.
Hashtag AGR at 1, hashtag our story, our growth, our future, hashtag Ghana at 64. And I mean, anything related to today's event, you can do so. And believe me, you can get a beautiful, trendy t-shirt like what I am wearing. Of course, a poster for you to, you know, decorate your home with. I am Barry Musa. Coming up next right about now is what's on and what is, well, know what's new. So, yeah, let's proceed to Mommy and hear what she has for us on what's on for today. Yo!
Barry.
What's up?
I'm good.
And what is on?
So today we're not doing the generic what's on,
People
where I
suffer.
talk about events.
My guy, you suffer.
Today we're playing 2 games. Guess the
Right.
movie and then guess the quiz.
Guess the movie and
then
guess
guess
the
the quiz.
Okay.
So here are the rules.
Right.
I ask a question pertaining to 3 movies and then 3 songs I've mentioned before or not. And then anyone can give me an answer.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so we're starting with guess the movie.
Guess
Hafiz,
the
are you
movie.
ready? Epi? Yes, we're here.
Okay. So there's a new electric biopic about the godfather of soul.
There is
Mr. Dynamite James Brown.
There's a
new electric biopic about the life of James Brown.
Okay.
What's the title of the movie and who played the lead role?
I think who played the lead role? Is it Chadwick?
Yeah, it was Chadwick.
Okay.
Okay, what's the title of the movie?
Okay.
Lucky guess.
Don't tell me it's a lucky guess.
Yeah, I can't remember the movie, but I know it was Chadwick Boseman. I knew it was Chadwick Boseman all along.
Okay, so the title of the biopic is Get On Up. And
Get
since
On
Hafiz and Barry couldn't answer, you guys should name 2 other movies that Chadwick starred in aside Black Panther and then Get On Up.
My friend, what's wrong with you? Why did you go and diss me?
She just ruined it.
Okay, five bloods. Is it 5 bloods?
It's the 5 bloods.
The 5 bloods.
Yeah, okay, that was great.
At least I did.
One more?
Hafiz, if you say so, you'll be here.
The Avengers.
No, it wasn't the Avengers. No, he was in the Avengers as Black Panther.
No, he featured in the Avengers.
Okay, he was in the Avengers.
I got that correct.
Can I use Black Panther?
Yes. No.
She said I saw
you cannot.
No, not at all.
You don't know?
Wow. Okay.
Well, maybe for those of us out there who, didn't get the opportunity to answer because we did the answering here, you can also give us or name a movie.
A movie that Chadwick Boseman starred in.
Yes.
And for you know, you can win a t-shirt for yourself.
Yes.
So I was going to list the movies, but since we've thrown the question out, I'm not going to say anything.
Nah, don't do
that. So the next question is 3 females who are African American. 2 of them were mathematicians and 1 was an engineer. And they played a pivotal role in NASA's launch of the astronaut John Glenn into orbit, which was made into the biographical drama Hidden Figures. Name the 3 women, their positions, and the actresses who played them in the film.
Okay, the actress.
You wouldn't want to be an examiner.
Hey.
No.
Wait, they went
one
to
for
space?
I know one.
No, they played a pivotal role in the launch of John Glenn into orbit.
Yeah.
And they were in the movie. The movie Hidden Figures was made about them. So 1 for each. Guys, we don't have a lot of time.
Okay.
Do we have
Taraji?
No.
Really?
Really? Well, Taraji.
I said name the 3 women.
The real women.
Yes, the real women. The actresses that
played
played them, and then the positions.
Okay, the actresses that played them, I think Taraji is one.
Who did she play?
Janelle Monáe.
Yes, Janelle was in it as well.
The other one,
Catherine Jones.
Okay, so the 3 women were Dorothy Vaughan, and she was a NASA mathematician and supervisor, and it was played by Octavia Spencer.
Okay.
Then we have Mary Jackson. She was played by Janelle Monáe, like Barry said, and she was an engineer. And then finally we have Katherine Johnson, who was a mathematician, played by Taraji P. Henson. Now we don't have a lot of time, so this is all we'll do for today. We'll continue on Monday, actually.
We will continue on Monday.
I
think it's one of those things we need to introduce into the show.
Yes, I think
what
it's
was
fun.
Wrong
You just said Taraji.
I said Catherine Jones.
You said Catherine Jones? Okay, yeah. Maybe you got it, right?
Let's clap for Hafiz.
Let's clap for Hafiz.
Whoa. All right, thank you, mommy. Yeah. The show is Africa Daily Special on Africa Global Radio, live from AGR Gardens, from the beautiful city of Accra. And today we are celebrating our 1-year anniversary. Ghana is also 64 years. 64 years down the line after independence. Conversations also will be going on right after our show. Arts Africa will be coming up. 21 days of activism against racism. Global panelists will be live on YouTube, Africa Global Radio, on Facebook, Africa Global Radio. They will be sharing the perspective on racism in Brazil and other parts of the world as well. But let's introduce the guest, the host, of the show. That would be right after the Africa Daily Show. She would be joining us in a bit, so we can have a one-on-one chit-chat. She's signaling me, but okay, we can play. Okay, I think we can just play James Brown's "Black and Proud," a song released in 1968. I wasn't born. Which one of you was born at that time? You. I know you raised your hand. Beautiful album. He calls it soulful Christmas. Black and Proud is right here by James Brown. We'll be right back. Stay with us. quiet, loud, I am black, and I am proud about it by the man James Brown of his soulful Christmas album released in 1968. I am Barry Musa, and this is the Africa Daily Show special. AGR is 1 year today. Ghana, our beloved country, is 64. And of course, we are reaching you live from the AGR Gardens from Accra, Ghana, to the rest of the world. Stream us live on AfricaGlobalRadio.com. There is more to come today on this network. We are live on YouTube, Africa Global Radio, as well as Facebook, Africa Global Radio. So, after all is said and done, we are about to bring the show to a close. But before we do so, let me introduce the next host of the next show. That's Arts Africa. I believe you've been following her on this network, Arts Africa. Every Saturday she comes off bringing you interesting, multi-diversity in terms of the creative arts industry. Alba K. Sumprim is, will be joining us, so we can, I can hand over the baton to her, then we can continue. Okay, let's put our hands together for Alba K. Sumprim. Yeah, she has a majestic way. Yeah, So Alba is a colleague as well as a trainer as well as a mentor. I mean, because we learn a lot from Alba on a daily basis. Anytime we have interactions. I mean, there's no day you sit with Alba and you wouldn't learn anything. That's like, guy, I've been listening to her. Alba, how are you?
I'm really good.
I like the color of your hair today.
Me too.
Like,
She's inspiring me right now. For a while, we just haven't seen it like that.
So revelation. Thank God, it's the day. Yes.
I think anytime we see you, you've covered your hair.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so when I first did this, it was really fiery red.
Really?
And I was like,
so what happened down the line?
I've got to let it cool down a bit. So I covered it for like 4 days, and then it got to this color.
Right. Beautiful.
I'm inspired right now.
My friend, please, you get inspired. On a daily basis.
No, she's giving me dye your hair.
You see, you know what my next color is going to be?
No.
Is I've bought blue.
You see?
Whoa.
And so I'm going to think about going turquoise or blue black.
Oh my goodness.
I know Alba wasn't going to say anything like red, green or anything. Turquoise. I like that.
Because at the end of the day, it's just hair. And you can cut it off and it will grow.
Right.
And you can dye it back.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Alba, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well. Thank you.
Amazing. I mean,
how are you guys doing?
We're okay. It's 1 year.
Yeah, it is.
Since the whole great vision and mission thing started.
Yep.
Practically going live.
Yeah.
But I mean, how has it been for you since you joined AGR, Africa Global Radio?
It's been really great. Like as you said, the kind of creatives I have on the show.
Exactly.
The kind of conversations we have. It starts one place and then it segues into something else, and they're really like deep conversations.
Right.
I mean, it's about art and creatives, but it's really about life. And, And I love the fact that the guests are able to open themselves up and be vulnerable and talk honestly about the things that are important to them. So for me, that's been amazing.
Amazing. Great. And you would be experiencing that if this is your first time watching or listening to Arts Africa with the ever dynamic Alba K. Sumprim. She would be live on today's edition of It's Not Just Africa Daily Special, but it is Arts Africa Special. And trust me, just keep streaming the show online, AfricaGlobalRadio.com, on YouTube, Africa Global Radio, live on Facebook, Africa Global Radio. I am Barry Musa, and I must say I am very happy. I am expressing my gratitude to all of you out there who've joined us right from last year till today. And believe me, the road, it's still bright, and we would keep the fire burning. Let me take a last word from my colleagues Epi and Mami so we can wrap it all here.
Okay, so before we go, I want to say a shout out to Harmon Barnabas. He's listening and he's been giving me feedback like
Chairman
all through it. We want to say thank you. I hope you're enjoying the show.
And to all of our global listeners out there,
thank you so much, and we hope you're enjoying the AGR at 1 special.
Absolutely. Epi?
Yes, so just like Mami said, we also have Eric Saki and we have Razak Ansar. He actually was the first to comment after I
congratulations, Razak! You got yourself a prize, I believe.
Yes, so he did.
Great.
So we'll reach out to him after the show.
All right.
And then we have Henry Williams, who is also watching. So guys, just share it and keep streaming.
And, and a shout out to Eric as well. I have an Eric listening as well, and to everybody from my group, Colin, who's listening. Yes, thanks for enjoying the show.
I also have an Erica.
How will you not have an Erica?
I have an Erica. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks all of you, our technical guys, for putting this together. It's been, a lots of hard work. Days of hard working. Putting all of these things together hasn't been easy. But God bless you. I am Barry Musa. Stay tuned. Our South Africa special is next. Bye bye.
Joe.
My name is Gamido, aka Mr. Grind on Stop, aka Boomba, and you're listening to Africa Global Radio. Our story, our growth, our future. Don't go nowhere. Peace and love. Boomba.
My name is Reggie Rockstone, and I'm asking everyone to tune into the Africa Global Radio.
It's just me alone, but I don't wanna die alone. She was born alone, no, she don't wanna die alone. Cause I need love, I know you need to, and I need joy, I know you need to, and I need friends, I know you need to, we all need money. Don't retire, kutunesa. Anybody see a day? Don't retire, kutunesa. You know what you know about me. Don't retire, kutunesa. Anybody see a day? Don't retire, kutunesa. I know what you know about me. I need love. Africa Global Radio. I need friends. I need money. What's the point? Tell me what's the point? Mr. Hot Guy, you the front, you the flex, you the love, you the right, you the act like the shit don't stink. Tell me what's the point? Oh, what's the point? It's bullshit. You the rush, you the pray, you the flex every time, you the act like the shit don't stink. I won't retire. I won't retire. I won't retire. I won't retire. Listen when people go talk, make you listen when people go say. Make you listen when people go talk, make you listen when people go say. My life is short, my life is sweet. I said life is short, my life is sweet. My baby so told me life is short, my life is sweet. I said life is short, but I know life is sweet. Don't retire, kutunesa. Anybody see a day? Don't retire, kutunesa. You know what you know about it. Don't retire, kutunesa. Anybody see a day? Don't retire, kutunesa. You know what you know about it.
Some people say we have our balance. Some say it's not good. I say we want to move it. If we get what we deserve, we've been built and we've been strong. We've been really bad talking about it.
by a key. I'm down to the finish. You make me complete. Oh, you make me Don't be
Africa Global Radio, our story on my own.
Mariama, Kirenawa, Mariama, Akitasara. 2 days is an open baby, you on my mind. Banchi, if it's not from your pot. All for you. You know it's true. If you don't go back for you, tell me what you don't want to go buy for you. Girl, carry me nigga low. If Sammy call up online, she knows I've been the Samuji on the low. Yari yari pro. Go baby, better you're my guinea so. Send a new baby, tell them you are my own. Mariama, get in now. Mariama, Akitasara. Go baby, better you're my guinea so. Send a new baby, tell them you are my own. Mariama, get in now. Mariama, for the Akitasara.
Yeah, Yemen Kona me pebu ya mo. Minima the country the mama raw. Yeah, when they the pregame who me put the jaw. Challenge cause she show me things I never seen before. Until me come a friend, I was a mic. And I do just tell me what you like. Open the sofa so now you prefer on the bike. Me say me the baby or your barber massage with price. Zafi, you know they kick a smoke, kick a man not backing. And I mean say my mini and the sabo with daddy. The thing is what I'm sorry, one man come who treat me like Kawasaki. So king and the daddy. Me to me from a puma don't come out with Barbie. So we feel me I go there for me anytime and anywhere and I'll be there. So we didn't need you mama dear, Maria my yafi.
Go to chase the my guinea so. Send a new baby, tell them you are my own. Mariama, get in now. Mariama, Akitasara. Bad look at him, one on every tower. As he get in the trap of body hour. Oh, I never tell you. Baba, I never load it. Sharon, I'll be the tower. Bad look at him, one on every tower. As he get in the trap of body hour. Oh, I never tell you. Baba, I never load it. Sharon, I'll be the tower.
If you were born as a hustler, or a fire and need the baby, you forgive crying for your daughter, make you feel the life of a DB. On that hotel life, remember when I be asking when you say look at repeat. Passion about Jana Kay, the woman who would you see fellow leaky. May to God be the key, Charlie. Secret Bruno's on the Unia. Also, no bobo, one time, one up here, watching Lunia. If they be flat in a payment, and what between us, and they give you benefits. Can you be new more property and only the same tower for the benefits? Now, Popana, you will break me, and one kind of watch a Japan on a beverage. You were born for a reason, if you're your poverty, you be the remedy.
Man, look at him, moon on him, and I think he's in the trap already. Oh, I never tell you, I never know it. Darren, I've been in Dava, man, look at him, moon on him, I think he's in the trap already.
Yeah.
Oh, I never tell you, I never know it. Darren, I've been in Dava,
homies are searching for paper. Wallet to wall as my brother goes in the Libra. Before achieve on the goals, we praying for favor. Kulu Mutalina Buga Bola Mabasca Sabani, Kudi Kawa Muna Nema. Today we hitting the road, Fiti Wallembele to Koto Kraba. Kwa Italy, Kwasha boys in the room, trying to hustle for the father. Get us all up, pay and pay. Anyhow, we for survive. Tell us a browser now work, I'm not trying to iPhone is a good chance of fire.
Man, look at him, moon on him, I think he's in the trap already. Oh, I never tell you, I never know it. Darren, I've been in Dava, man, look at him, moon on him, I think he's in the trap already. Oh, I never tell you, I never know it. Darren, I've been in Dava, man, look at him, moon on him, I think he's in the trap already. Oh, I never tell you, I never know it. Darren, I've been in Dava, man, look at him, moon on him, I think he's in the trap already. Oh, I never tell you, I never know it. Darren, I've been in Dava,
young boy gotta hit the city, make this money on my mama, man. I gotta make him feel it, yeah, yeah. I'm photo, the T, ready, yeah. Young boy gotta hit the city, make this money on my mama, man. I gotta make him feel it, that you out
Emotion.com.
I don't know you. Nigga, this shit is brand new. I swear this chick is brand new. Right now we get pop like Justin. Make y'all believe us. Yeah, we get pop like Justin. I swear y'all can feel us. My nigga see, I don't know. Mang Sakaba, na I give it the dawa from Madina to Bantema. Mang Sakaba, na I give for my brothers. Gotta get the quacha for mama, so I don't know you. Nigga, man, bro, number selling late. Now you phone, who this? Oh, Judas. Right now, I guess on you wrong hand out. Fuck you, me, bro. And I do not run on the band, she back up, and he call me back.
Welcome to the Arts Africa Show, streaming live on Africa Global Radio from our base here in Accra, Ghana, to the whole wide world. My name is Alba K. Sumprim, and I am the host of Arts Africa, ready to take you on a journey, another journey, because we have it every week, of African excellence. The time is 12 p.m. GMT here in Accra. It's 1 p.m. I think in Lagos, 2 p.m. in Joburg, and 3 p.m. in Addis Ababa. I hope you're all having a great day today. You know, today's our independence, and you know, it's always a great time to reflect on this. But you know, here at Africa Global Radio, already it's a double celebration. We're celebrating Ghana's independence, but we're also celebrating 1 year of Africa Global Radio since its first broadcast. And as you know, we always, here at Africa Global Radio, everything revolves around uncovering and supporting and promoting positive, beautiful, exciting Africa. We do history, we delve into the wonderful artistry on the continent, and we go into history, we check out our champions, because these are the things that help us to be proud as Africans. Now, on the Arts Africa show, we promote fantastic African creatives. We talk about their craft, we talk about their processes, and often the conversation takes us into places that explains the why. The why somebody does something is really, really important. And when we know what motivates us, you're able to just focus on your passion, and it brings out the wonderful things, because when you know why you do something, you can put your all into it. So our show today is going to be like the normal way we do. We're going to start with a proverb, we're going to have some poetry, Mami Abba is going to bring us what's on, what's new in the arts world, and then the conversation with our guests. Now, you know, the music on the Arts Africa is really important to me. Each week I make a point of selecting music that I think you'll enjoy, maybe music you haven't heard before. But this week, my guest chose the playlist. We are going to listen all throughout the show. We're going to be listening to his fantastic music. So make sure you check us out on Africa Global Radio. On YouTube and Facebook Live, we are on Africa Global Radio 2. If you want to send us a WhatsApp, we're on +233 20706468. We are Africa Global Radio, our story, our growth, our future. Now, today we don't have as much time as we usually do, so let's get straight into our proverb. Now, you can listen to us on Africa Global Radio and also watch us on Facebook Live, so you get the music and you get the visuals as well. Normally with the proverbs, I have one proverb, but today I have three. I think is apt for Africa Global Radio, or what Africa Global Radio is doing. The first one is, until lions have their historians, tales of the hunt shall always glorify the hunter. My second proverb is, history teaches us the mistakes we are going to make. And our third proverb is, history repeats itself. You know, we all know about, it's always important, and at Africa Global Radio, this is a major focus of this station, is the importance of knowing where you came from so that you can know where you're going. You look at our Adinkra symbols, Sankofa, you need to look back to be able to learn the lessons from the past to help you go forward. And so it's really important that we know our history, because it shapes who we are. And if we don't know it, we are doomed to keep on committing the same mistakes over and over again. And so, I haven't told you who my guest is, but his name is Kirani Ayat. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of him. And we are going to pick the first song from his playlist. He delivers this love note to Mariama with backing vocals from Sarkodie. Enjoy.
Come ci vedo macchine che sono Sangano banditi telling you on my own Mariama Nawa, Mariama, Aki the Sara. 2 days this I know bread, baby, you on my mind. Banya Bechi, Banchi, Abinchi, if it's not from your pot. All for you. You know it's true, yeah. If you cannot go rap for you, tell me what you don't want, I go buy for you. Girl, carry me, Nico low. If Sammy call up a line, she knows I've been the Samuji on the low. Yari yabi pro. Go beji, better your makini keso. Send a new banky, tell him you are my own. Mariama, get in Nawa. Mariama, I get the Sara. Go beji, better your makini keso. Send a new banky, tell him you are my own. Mariama, get in Nawa. Mariama,
what I
get the Sara.
Yeah, Yemen corner me pebu ya mo. Minima di contia de mame raw. Ya wane me be pregeno who me puni jaw. Chale cause she show me things I never seen before. Until me come a friend I was a mic. And I just tell me what you like. Open the sofa so now you prefer on the bike. Me say me the baby or your barber massage with price. Safi, you know they kick a swing kick a man not backy. And I mean say my mimi and the sabo be daddy. The tennis one I'm sorry one man come who treat me like Kawasaki. Sonkin and the daddy. Me to me from a come and come out Barbie. So we feel me I go there for me anytime and anywhere and I'll be there. So we didn't you know mama dear Maria my yafi.
Go bitches with the young bikini keso. Send a new banky, tell him you are my own. Mariama, get in Nawa. Mariama, I get the Sara. Go bitches with the young bikini keso. Send a new banky, tell him you are my own. Mariama, get in Nawa. Mariama, I get the Sara.
Okay, that was Mariama by Kirani Ayat, and you know, I looked around and I could see everyone was jamming, including the artist himself. It's good that an artist enjoys his music so much that, you know, he can dance to it anyway. I did a little research on him and I put together this little thing which I think best describes him, and when he comes, maybe he will tell me whether I'm right or not. So I think daring and different are the words that describes Kirani's music and stagecraft. It feels a little bit like what we used to see from Fela Kuti and even our own Rex Omar. He consistently performs in his native language, Hausa, and he's carved a niche for himself, which can best described as a fusion of Afro trap, Afro beats, and Afro house. I think we're going to have a really good conversation when he comes in, but before that, I have another guest. This is a poem by Mami C. So guys, do we have Mami C's poem ready to go? Okay, it seems that we're having a little difficulty. She was actually going to join us via Zoom, but they seem to be having some difficulty getting up with her. And so we're going to move on to our Africa Global Radio promo video. And this is going to be about the, some of the guests that I've been on the show. I've had really interesting people, from fashion designers to architects to graffiti artists and poets and authors. And so let's hear from some of them. I hope, you know, it'll inspire you.
Hi, my name is A.K. Sumprim, or should I say Alba K. Sumprim, and I'm the presenter of the Arts Africa show, which is on Africa Global Radio every Saturday at 12 noon. It's a fantastic show. One of the things that I really love about being part of this show is the way I get to learn from my guests. We have these incredible guests who've come in, like Moa Wudu, to Safietu Sek, to Nana Spiogabra, Josh Ansa, Epifania Muadari. Fantastic guests who I've had the opportunity to learn so much from. There are so many highlights from this show. Wow, so many. But I think the most important thing for me is I learn from each of them. They have great knowledge to impart about their creative work, and the fact that each one of them is an activist, always working to better the lives of those around them with their art. And I think it's absolutely amazing that people get to hear this on the Arts Africa show. Fantastic.
Style is individualism. I feel that it's comfort, it's expression, it's not something that can be bottled, or I know we try to commodify it and, you know, be explicit about style is X, but I really feel like if somebody has confidence and is reflecting their personal view of beauty, then they have style.
A lot of people, guys, in my experience, 15 years experience, of the motive why guys to come to dance house. Obviously, the obvious one is to chase men. They say a lot of, hey, you have the ability to have a lot of ladies access to you. I want to be like you. So
because
hey,
they are there in their high heels and
and it's like
cute clothing.
Oh man, I'm gonna get. So that's the main motive. Then they get onto the dance floor. Then they realize that, oh, this is not as I really planned. So you now have to take your mind off the whole, whatever image you have of whatever objective, and begin to learn the real reason why and what you are doing.
Michelle Obama wanting something of yours will definitely be a very big trigger.
I mean, it wasn't her actually telling me, but it was her assistant who saw me, you know, and directly, you know, told me, you know, she would have loved to have your dress. And I was like, I mean, I didn't right away because I was under stress, but then when I went back home, I said, that's it.
I mean, one thing I've noticed is that you model your own clothes as well, which I think is amazing because you don't often see that.
Absolutely. And this is the reason why, you know, when you start something and you are not necessarily prepared financially to do it, well, you just use whatever you have.
Yes.
And I had me.
You need to have that self-belief. I know I can be what I want to be. If I work hard today, I'll be what I'll be. That's not song. That's that kind of mind. It doesn't matter even if you are in a place that people don't even look at. You can still flourish. It's like me. It's like butterfly. That's why sometimes you see my works. I have wings. I have wings. I have butterfly. Sometimes I see myself as a butterfly. It comes from caterpillar, where people don't even look at it.
But then it morphs into something beautiful.
Beautiful, grow, have that fly everywhere. So that's me. I always call myself the butterfly.
I'm good. Okay, so like usually every week I always look forward to Mami Aba's What's On, What's New, happening out there in the artistic world across the continent and the diaspora. But today, because it's our anniversary, she's actually here with me. Hi. Hi, Alba. It's so nice. It's so funny you said hi, Alba, because that's what I hear when you're remote, you know, when I go, Mami Aba, what you got for us? You go, hi, Alba. So
that's like my signature, like the way I enter, the way I start the What's On with you. Yes, but it's good to be here with you. I mean, we're always hearing my voice.
I'm always hearing your voice.
And today they get to put a name, a face to the name and the
voice. Or
at
least they hear you doing What's On, What's New
on Africa Daily, but they've never seen me do it live on Arts Africa.
Excellent, excellent. So, as I normally do, what do you have for us this week?
Okay, so today, as we are all aware, is the Independence Day of Ghana, and due to that, there are lots of events happening here in our base and also across the globe. So the first event that we have is the Ghana Independence Day an art and music culture event. And this one is happening at the Delaware Loft in East Point, United States, America.
Okay, so I can't go?
No, you cannot. And it's going to be a night of live music, hip-hop, Afrobeat, and then spoken word as well. Now, the next event we have is one happening here in our base. It's an online festival, and it's titled the Abakosem Festival. The Abakosem Festival. And for those who do not know, Abakosem is a word in the Tree language here, spoken in our base Ghana, and it means history. So this is an event, an online festival that is dedicated to celebrating the rich history of Ghana through panels, interviews, and online exhibition, and a thought-provoking quiz night. So like I said, it's online, so it happens via Zoom. It'll start today from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and then tomorrow as well from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Now they can get tickets at egotickets.com/Abakosem Festival. So for those who cannot spell Abakosem, Abakosem is spelled A-B-A, then K, then you use O. So O will be like the closing bracket. Then the SEM is S, then you use 3 instead of E for the Abakosem. Now the next event we have is also happening here in our base.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you there? And it's really interesting because like when you write the word down and you actually break it into those 3 parts, it's like it's come and
it goes. Yes, so Abakosem is something that has come and has gone, so like our history.
And I think it's just absolutely fantastic because the way you can actually break the word down and know exactly what each piece means. That's fantastic.
Yes. Our next event is an online concert. It's happening also here in our base Ghana, but it's virtual. So this is a concert that is being held by the reigning Vodafone Ghana Music Awards Artist of the Year. I don't know if you know who it is, but I'm talking about the rock star Kwame Eugene. Okay, you're old school, you're new school.
No, not that I you know, Kwame Eugene, he's okay.
Oh wow. Oh, okay. I can see I got myself another Joel. Joel is not really crazy about Kwame Eugene.
That's because Joel has good taste.
Oh!
Yeah.
Well, that's a subtle jab at me because I love Kwame Eugene.
Somebody has to love him.
Okay.
So what's he up to tonight?
So Kwame Eugene is having a concert titled the Rockstar Concert, and it's been organized together with Chatterhouse, the organizers of the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. So it's a virtual concert. It won't be just him. It will be him and other artists as well, and it will be streaming live at 8 p.m. today on www.chatterhouse.live.com. So www.chatterhouse.live at 8 p.m. sharp, where you can join Kwame Eugene and his friends as he performs some of his classic tunes, some of Confusion, Angela, Tenor, Open Gates, which has become the anthem for most weddings now, and a whole lot of other songs. Now the next event we have is also happening in the United States. It's dubbed Touch of Kente, and is an Afro-Caribbean experience to celebrate Ghana's 64th independence anniversary. So it will happen at the Culture Lounge in Greensboro in North Carolina from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. today. And tickets for this event can be got at www.touchofkente.eventbrite.com. Now I have 2 last events. The next one is also a Ghana Independence celebration, but this one is happening in London at the Leiden Hall Revolution in London at 9:30 p.m. today. Now the dress code for this event is a touch of kente, African print, or a smart dress, and tickets are going for £16. So if you're in London and you're Ghanaian, or you love to celebrate with Ghana, this is an event for you, a touch of kente happening at the Leiden Hall of Revolution in London. The last event that I'll talk about is one that is being organized by the Embassy of Ghana in the United States together with Black Star Agency, and they are presenting the Ghana Independence Weekend, which started yesterday and it will end on the 7th of March, which is Sunday. So yesterday there was a virtual reception. Today there will be the Sankofa virtual concert at 7 p.m. and then tomorrow there'll be music for your quarantine feet, where Ghana DJs in the United States will come together and play so much music that you can enjoy. Now tickets for this can be got at sankofaconcert.eventbrite.com. So I've spoken about 3 events happening in the United States, 1 happening in London, and then 2 also happening here in our base Ghana. So join all of these events so that you can celebrate Ghana's 64th independence anniversary. That's all we have for What's On for today.
Thank
and
you.
And on What's New, I have just one thing. So the sequel to Coming to America, the Eddie Murphy movie, has been released. I don't know if you watched it yet.
Listen, I actually found the first one problematic.
Oh, why?
And I think because the way, do you know, if Coming to America 1 had been made now, it would have run into so many problems, because the way Africa, there's those stereotypes about Africa, and I think they still continue it into
the Coming to America
Coming America too. And you know, now we are all too woke for that kind of matter.
I understand. I mean, the accents, the dressing, all of that.
You know, Zamunda.
But yeah, I mean, I love it.
But I'm sure there would be quite a lot of laughs. I mean, I haven't watched it.
Okay.
I've seen clips, but I would watch Wesley Snipes anyway.
I watched I think somebody watched yesterday and they put bits of it on their status. So Wesley Snipes plays the role of the lady that Eddie Murphy was supposed to marry in the one that he didn't marry.
Yes.
He plays the role of the brother of that lady.
But it's in another country next door.
It's another country next door, and then he wants his son to marry the prince's daughter, or else they go to war because the prince didn't marry his sister in the past.
Okay. Please don't give away too much to those who want to watch.
Yes, so Coming to America 2 is streaming on Amazon Prime right now. You can go check it out and then watch for yourself. That brings us to the end of What's On, What's New for today.
Wow, thank you so much. There was quite a lot of nice things going on. What are you doing? I mean, apart from celebrating Africa Global Radio's first anniversary, and I know you've been having a lot of fun today.
Yes, I have.
So later on, what are you doing to celebrate?
Personally, I think after the shows, after everything, we'll have a little sit down. I was supposed to have dinner with my girlfriends, but I told them I wouldn't know the time I'll be leaving here. So we scheduled it to tomorrow. We rescheduled to tomorrow. So I think after here, I'll just go to the house.
Okay.
What are you doing after here?
I have a dinner date.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Gentlemen, why are you smiling?
Dinner dates are nice.
Yeah,
especially if they come with good conversation.
Good conversation, good wine, good food.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how I'm doing.
That's nice. I hope you have a great dinner date.
I will. There's no hope involved in this one. I definitely will. Okay, so thank you so much for joining me live.
It's been exciting. Maybe I should do it more often.
I really think you need to do it more often.
Yes.
If you are prepared to do the Africa Daily Show all week and then come and join me on Saturday, I'm more than happy for you to come.
Okay, I'll consider it.
Oh,
thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, and continue enjoying the rest of the day. I know you will, but I'm just letting you know that you
Thanks, you too.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Mommy.
Thanks, Alba.
Bye. Okay, so you heard that. You heard of all the fantastic things that are happening. And, you know, if you can't make it to any of those, I'm sure you're going to be doing some great stuff anyway. Okay, so listen, again, back to my guest who is going to come. When I see, like, the content in his video, like if you've watched Kirani's videos or even the costumes used, you know that this is somebody who is genuinely patriotic and he's proud of and grounded in his culture. You're going to hear from him soon, and we're going to be talking a bit about, you know, his stagecraft and his why, the why thing that is always important to me. So we are Africa Global Radio, and today we are marking our first year anniversary and Ghana's Independence Day. We are streaming live on Africa Global Radio from africaglobalradio.com. from our base here in Accra, Ghana, to the rest of the world. You can catch us on our YouTube channel, Africa Global Radio, and Facebook Live, Africa Global Radio, and on Telegram, Africa Global Radio Community. So if you have any comments or you have any suggestions, reach out to us, and you can also send to us on our WhatsApp, which is +233 2070 64680. before my guest comes, I think we need to listen to the second song on the playlist, and it is called For You, and it features Efia, who for me is the Ghana's equivalent of Beyonce, because Efia's voice is that good. So this is For You by Kirani featuring Efia. Enjoy. By Kirani Ayat, and he is right here. Kirani, welcome to
Thank you very
Africa.
much.
How are you enjoying the Independence Day? Okay, you know something? I think, like for instance, you sing a lot in your local language. Your visuals, you know, usually when you see music videos, everybody's trying to copy the West with the flash cars and ladies semi-naked shaking themselves around. And I think it's really nice to see a musician who is really proud of his Africanness and ready to stand by it and showcase it in his work, as opposed to following the other people. So for me, I think that's patriotism. And
that is patriotism. But I guess my to your latter question is, yes, we've come a long way, but also we have this like there's way more road to be. How do I even put it? We've come a long way, but yet there's still more ahead of us, right? So yes, we are celebrating Independence Day, but then Nkrumah said that the freedom and independence is for every single Ghanaian. That's like male, female, every gender, you know, everybody. But I can't really say that we are at that place right now. So especially with like recent events with some, you know, communities and their rights and all of that. So am I really celebrating? Not really, but should I be celebrating? I guess so. But you know, it's one of those things. So it's some way for me, but we've come a long way.
But I also think that everybody needs to do their little bit.
Yeah.
And the fact that with your music and your stagecraft, you're saying I'm unapologetically African.
Yeah.
And I think what I have is on the same level as you, if not better, and I don't need to copy you. And I really think like people like you and Wiyala and Sharifa, I mean, you guys are absolutely amazing because you are so grounded in the culture. It's like, I'm not going to follow anybody else because what I have is amazing.
Yeah.
I really love that. And I think we need to be doing more of that.
Yeah.
Because then you can take pride in knowing that you're adding to the forward march of the nation.
True. That's a good perspective. I like that one too.
I was talking with the people from the Africa Daily Show.
Yeah.
And I was telling them my next hair color was going to be blue. And then I saw you.
Here's a look into your future hair color then.
Absolutely. I used to have locks down to my waist.
Oh wow.
But I got rid of them, and now I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, my mother has like long locks. All her sisters, you know, my aunts, all of them have locks. And my grandmother had locks recently, but she got tired and cut them all.
Oh wow.
She was like, it itches her hair, whatever.
But you know the funny thing is, it's usually other people who are more upset when you take your locks off than you yourself.
Exactly. So she's like, oh, you take them off eventually when you grow up or whatever. But I'm like, I am grown, so.
Yes, and this is part of your narrative.
I think part of my essence, pretty much. Where I'm at in my life right now, you know.
Why do you do music?
I ask myself that too, because for me music came very late in my life. A lot of people start music, some people even in like kindergarten, I don't know, some people really young. I started making music 3 years after high school.
Wow.
And it was almost a bet, because I was talking with someone and I lied to him that I can rap, and the person didn't believe me. So he was like, okay, bet money, let's rap. And at that point I was like a huge hip-hop lover, right? So I was listening to a lot of Lil Wayne, Rick Ross, Eminem, Jay-Z, all these foreign artists, and I was so deep into them that I know songs about them that's not even popular. So what I did was taking lines from all these artists I was listening to and freestyling it to the guy. So he had no ideas. It was a bunch of other raps that I just joined in together, and he was so impressed. He was like, oh wow, you can actually, you know, won the bet. And then later on went to me, I was like, you know what, maybe I should like write my own raps and see what comes out of it. And here we are a few years later. Yeah.
But you know, you've done music with heavy hitters. I mean, like Ifia, Sarkodie.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like the creme de la creme of Ghana music.
Yeah.
What artistic skills did you have before? Because like, I mean, you took a bet, but you were able to show that you had that skill. What other artistic skills do you have? Because all of it leads to this. You don't just get up one day and become a rapper.
For me, I guess that was it. I got up one day and became a rapper. Because growing up, all I wanted to do was play football. They used to call me Ronaldinho. I just wanted to play football. And then I got into an injury, and then that didn't happen. And then I took a bet one day that I could rap, and I won the bet, and that led me into that. So
how much did you win?
Oh, Charlie, it was so small money, like 10 CD.
Yeah, but I mean, that 10 CD opened some gateway for you.
Definitely. So I would say the skill was me being a huge music lover. Like I really loved music. I would.
Do you have eclectic taste, or is it specific genres that you like?
Growing up, I was very into like hip hop, hip life.
Yeah.
I was very into that. But then after won the bed, started writing my own rap, and then it kind of opened my music taste. And then right now you take my phone and you can find, so when I'm with my boys I can't even plug the aux because they'll be listening to hip hop and it will enter into some other genre and they'll be like, Charlie, what is, you know? So the taste is very eclectic right now, but started off really, the roots has been hip hop and hip life.
Yeah. Who are your inspiration? What inspires you?
Early on, I would say like Ghanaian hip life artists and producers.
Because you have a Daddy Lumba t-shirt on.
I love Daddy Lumba.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Daddy Lumba. So, like, those are part of the earlier inspirations. Daddy Lumba, Kojo NG, you know, the greats. Way like some of Nana and Pedu and like those throwback. That's like way. I wasn't even born, I guess. Yeah, some of those people. But then once I started listening, got introduced to hip life and hip hop, it went into like Hammer, Okra, Kwalkese, you know, Eli Sarkodie, all those people, because all of them came out of Hammer's camp.
Yes.
Yeah, there's this other guy, JD, amazing artist. So yeah, early influences was those people, and then on the western side of things, it was Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, you know, Eminem. I was listening to a lot of those people.
Tupac,
Biggie. Yeah, so it kind of grew, you know, because I had to find myself as an artist. So earlier on, I was listening to these Ghanaian hip life artists and then this Western rap artists. And then as I grew older and I understood the type of music I wanted to do, I started gravitating more towards like artists like Angelique Kidjo, Salif Keita, Youssou N'Dour, Obo Sangari, yeah, all those people. Like I started gravitating more into that direction. Alpha Blondy.
What was it that triggered your sudden interest in African music?
I realized that I was trying to be something that I'm not, and my people were super marginalized and underrepresented and misrepresented.
Yeah.
So I just came to the realization that
you get misrepresented as an African, and then misrepresented
as a Ghanaian and a northern Ghanaian,
you know.
Yeah, because northern Ghana is like super marginalized and there isn't much attention focused on northern Ghana anyways. So
but
for
every
me,
time any of us go there, we love it.
That's the thing, right? We love it, but we don't include northern Ghana in most of our plans.
Because I mean, I was there, last time I was there was January.
Yeah.
I was in Yendi.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, it's sometimes some people are like, oh, it's too far, you know, but
it's not.
You know. So because of all of that, there isn't much attention and representation from northern Ghana. So I was like, you know what? And again, sometimes misrepresented, underrepresented. So I was like, once I came to that realization to represent my people, I was like, I'm going to make it cool. Because each time they show my people, it's not cool. It's like, oh, northern Ghana, they are fighting again. There's desert, they have nothing going on for them. It's hot, all of that. So I was like, you know what?
They're fighting over guinea fowl.
I'm going to represent my people, and I'm going to make it cool. I'm going to make other people want to learn my language, want to visit where I'm from, you know. So that was just what led me into this path, and it's been awesome so far, you know. A lot of people are like, wow, is that what northern Ghana look like? I'm like, yeah, even more. We couldn't even cover all of it. This was just eastern, like upper east. So imagine all the other
upper west,
all of it. So trust me, there's more to see, more to do, more to experience.
So in the future, would we be able to look forward to like some collabos with Sharifa or Wiyala?
Oh, I would be like ecstatic if that's to happen, you know. But one who I guess I like everything to happen naturally. I don't want nothing to seem forced or anything like that. So organically, that's the word. I have reached out to some of their people, and they're like, oh yeah, we know about him and all of that. So when the time is right, and when the vibe is right, something amazing will happen.
I think it will be amazing because like the three of you, like the level of stagecraft. I mean, I mentioned Fela and even Rex Omar. Like, you know, it's really, really amazing.
Thank you.
Really amazing. Listen, normally our show is a bit longer.
Yeah.
What I want is for, where are you based?
I'm based in Medina.
Okay, so you're not far. Okay, so we need to bring you back on the show again,
No
like
problem.
to have a much longer conversation,
Sure.
because I mean, like the things that you'll be able to talk about, I think it will inspire other people. I know, like for instance, Edem is doing it for the Volta region.
Yeah.
I think it's important that everything is not always focused on tree.
Yeah.
Because we have diverse languages
Yeah.
and they are all beautiful and they're all important.
Yeah.
So we're going to listen to one more song of yours.
Okay.
Diasa.
Yes, okay.
You like singing about love too, don't you?
I mean-
Sending letters to Mariama and for you and you know.
That's like the greatest human trait on earth. Like that's like the problem for everything.
Is love.
Really, really. Like no, sorry. The solution to everything, I feel like, is love. Love for oneself and love for one's neighbor.
Love for oneself is incredibly important, because if you can't love yourself, you can't love anybody else.
True.
And I think too often people are looking for love externally of themselves before they've figured it out for themselves.
Yeah, I think about love a lot because I feel like, yeah, really, really, that's the solution to everything. Wars, greed, jealousy, everything. Like, love yourself.
Yeah.
You know, what you wish for yourself, wish it for other people. Be tolerant. Love yourself. Really, really starts with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what's Diasar about?
So, Diasa is a song. Diasa in Chi means dance, right?
Yeah.
To dance. So, it's like, yeah.
And remember, we have that TV program as
Diasa,
well.
one of my favorite shows.
Are you kidding me?
I'm serious. I love that show. You know, because there's almost like a stereotype for women, like full-figured women.
Yes.
You wouldn't expect them doing all those dance moves, and you know, it's like, oh, they're too big, they can't dance, but they are on that stage and they are dancing. You know, so it's like, wow, okay.
And
I guess they are fit. You know.
And I think you're right, because it's also representation,
True.
which is important.
True.
But I think also when the women are there, I think they get taught good eating habits.
Oh.
So not for them to become skinny, but
Yeah.
for them to eat and be
Healthy habits. That's
healthy
great.
habits.
That's
and I
great.
think that is really important.
That's very positive.
It's very
Yeah.
and then of course they get to go to Dubai. Okay, so guys, can we listen to the Asat by Kirani? Excellent.
It's just me alone, but I don't wanna die alone. She was born alone. No, she don't wanna die alone. Cause I need love, I know you need to, I know you need to, and I need joy, I know you need to, oh you need to, and I need friends, I know you need to, oh you need to, we all need money, money. Don't retire, kutunisa. Anybody you get, don't retire, kutunisa. You know what you know about me, don't retire, kutunisa. Anybody you get, don't retire, kutunisa. I know what you know about me. I need love, I need joy, I need friends, I need money. What's the point? Tell me what's the point? Mr. Hot Guy, you the front, you the flex, you the yard, you the right, you the act like your shit don't stink. Tell me what's the point? Oh, what's the point? It's boss chick, you the rush, you the bring, you the flex every time, you the act like your shit don't stink. I won't retire, I won't retire, I won't retire, I won't retire. Listen what people go talk, oh. Make you listen what people go say. Make you listen, listen what people go talk. Oh. Make you listen, listen what people go say. Now life is short, but life is sweet. I said life is short, but life is sweet. My buddy Queso told me life is short, but life is sweet. I said life is short, but I know life is sweet. Don't retire, go to Nessa. Anybody see your day? Don't retire, go to Nessa. You're waiting on the ball. Don't retire, go to Nessa. Anybody see your day? Don't retire, go to Nessa. You're waiting on the ball. I need love, I need joy, I need friends, I need money.
It's BK so tell me.
I was busy dancing here that the song finished and I'm like, oh, it's gone quiet here. That's your fault, Case. Okay, so that was Diasa by Kirani. I'm gonna make sure that you come back. You said you're gonna be launching an album soon.
Yeah, very soon. So hopefully it come through and then we talk more about that one.
That would
too.
be fantastic. We're really looking forward to that, and I hope there'll be like some nice videos. As well
that's
too.
I think I'm even done with the recording part, and that's what I'm working on right now. The visuals.
Oh, because the visuals will be, then we can discuss some of them.
Exactly.
Like, you know, the creative idea behind the content of your videos will be really great.
Thank you.
Okay, people, this has been Arts Africa. Thank you, Kirani. I really wish we could have gone on a bit longer. But as usual, I want to thank my behind-the-scene guys. Joel, my guy Joel, every week is always on point, making sure everything runs smoothly. But now he's got a whole team. Even Seth. Seth is back. Seth from the Wachi Party is also back. So, guys, thank you so much, as always, for making everything happen behind the scene and everything happen perfectly. Okay, so straight after this, we've got the Ghana Independence Show, right? Okay, and it's going to cover independence, Kwame Nkrumah, our fate. So it's really fitting that I leave you with a quote from his book, Africa Must Unite. It's the only way we are going to have real, meaningful independence. This is the quote from his book, Africa Must Unite. Never before in history has such a sweeping fervor for freedom expressed itself in great mass movements which are driving down the bastions of empire. The wind of change blowing through Africa, as I have said before, is no ordinary wind. It is a raging hurricane against which the old order cannot stand. And that was Kwame Nkrumah in his book, Africa Must Unite. I'm going to repeat that again because I really think we need to think about what he said and also the current situation that we're living in and seeing what has happened to that wind, what has happened to that hurricane. I think it's a really beautiful quote. Never before in history has such a sweeping fervor for freedom expressed itself in great mass movements which are driving down the bastions of empire. Those were the colonial masters. The wind of change blowing through Africa, as I have said before, is no ordinary wind. It is a raging hurricane against which the old order cannot stand. So, is the hurricane raging? Is that huge wind going through? Are we fighting for our freedom? Think about that. My name is Alba K. Sumprim, and I thank you for joining me today on the Arts Africa show. I wish you all a very happy independence and a weekend with some reflection. So join me next week. We will be on at 12 noon till 1:30, and again I'll have another great creative for us to discuss their craft, their process, and their why, which, you know, I always love. So have a great weekend. Thank you.
Champagne, I still thirsty. No, I better go cry, I no go fuck with you, make like my skin go back me. Everything I know, I learn with no help. Blood with boys and they will hit below the belt. No rub others with this shit myself. Get my money and die, there's no to myself. Every single nigga I dey fuck with, I just no vice versa. Some they ain't want to fuck with the boy first, and now we pass what is now. I won't graduate to buying my own book from stealing boxes. 5-star spec, every single day, the steady, I'ma perform my bangers.
I don't talk my mind, so that peace I know divine. Just make I know the price, oh, fuck your life, oh, make a vex, oh. We wanna sight the squad, I back up your wife, cause I could change your life, oh. Triple finesse, you agree, pass me the touch where I speak, roll on the dance, stay with me, I'm saying open with the keys, so you know it's screaming out, gang, 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 what you said is great, planning them on the screen, the G I'm saying, reminiscing when I never got it with my brother, fuck that, just so I can come.
Masito safe tunani kuti achikinika yo Allah. I just got the giddy bamba she always in the dungeons my guy. Last year been good, so I put on my suit to the hustle. You know I've been waiting on my mind 247 nowadays. Oh no, bila al-barka, my people in the struggle. Come here from Kakabari, me hakuri chega fadusi ni sharo. Kapara anuwa kubangiji ne ipole one day you go blow. Anji kafakare, young boys know the play. Mundasi no debate, Kaji daddy yimini tabe. Anji kafakare, young boys know the play. Mundasi no debate, Kaji daddy yimini tabe. Mani makudi kabas da yamma, bamu gajiya. 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 Mani makudi bamu gajiya.
My God, MC, I'm up on it daily, early. Alarm clock on the celly. Medina boys used to wear belly. Now designers I wear rally. I invest in my body to be somebody. Pray to Allah that it works. We pay for videos, we pay for studios, blowing our savings. Oh, it hurts. No record labels, we are the label. A bunch of workhorses, we don't get stable. Forget your loyalties, baby, my royalties. Ghana music industry, it's a fable. Money they talk if you broke chop a sala. Without a cootie, how we could chop sala? I be you know that I got between Benz and Okada and paying for lawyer to soul.
Oh yeah. Where this guy? Like 2 bottles and 1 ounce. Call me Young get free cotia, na ya mwaje fiemu. Kaye chesika, ya tenum yenu. Say I'm bogampa, yani ya pemu. Denya mindayo, ya bokamayo. You need a sponsor, I did nyansayo. Denya mindayo, ya bokamayo. You need a sponsor, I did nyansayo. Shit, and then put on your fridge. Hey, man, you Red Chelsea, you push him some for bridge. Drill, we are number
I agree. Empty pockets, send away shit, and you're working back feeling. Yeah, watch me talk to me crack. What them this I can't do, this can start now, fight for China. Yeah, now so, so bad, so. In your yak, my mom was so long. When you man, I had to eat to the city, rap, make some call and care. We have the sash with Eddie Gun and Tia, yeah, constant, yeah, I say I can pay.
Pray for grace, me to see, me see. Father, guy, yeah, man, yeah, from. Stick and so ya, cheer, man. This year we go fly, me holiday, so the bow, yeah, for money, 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 yeah, for money,
to the phone, when I come with the sauce, with Jenna, my soul, my swag, that chick, I be getting from my chick, I see it. We just wanna get it, we don't want trouble. Kaya dana suya tefu ya we just wanna get it, we don't want trouble.
My brother, move to the top, we harder. We the grind out there. Yep, I said get it bigger all night long. All night long. Yeah. Joe, boys and trip, boys and tip. Pulling in the Benz on, yeah, we did it. Mommy from me, I don't think. Since I came, clear some diggits. Yeah, one thing. We look at the gang, we pullin' with diggits. All that 4 and 2, say boom, by my bro.
Sarabana,
Everybody toils of the day and the sweat of their labors. Toils of the day with a brought results.
Now have freedom. Freedom!
Freedom!
Thanks. Land of freedom. Everybody now. Of the great and the sweat of their labor. Of the great, we have brought results. Oh, nice. E.T. Mensah, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. It must have been really amazing 64 years ago when independence. I think Accra must have been absolutely crazy.
I'm sure it even spilled over to some other countries as well.
Yeah,
yes, I'm sure.
yeah. So, Albie, you're taking over from me?
Yes, I'm looking forward to trying to follow up with your great intro from the celebrating the Africa Global Radio's 1-year anniversary.
Okay, but you are also still continuing it. Of course, it's the first anniversary of Africa Global Radio, and of course, it's Ghana's independence. How are you spending today?
In addition to being here, of course, I've heard Osagyefo's Independence Day speech probably about half a dozen times already today. That's always a big part of Independence Day celebrations here, and then even trying to reflect a little bit on what was said there and where we have been and where we are trying to get to.
How do you see our progress? Simply because, you always get the story of, at independence, Ghana and Singapore were on par, and this, that. I mean, we make those comparisons regularly, but for those of us living here.
Yeah, well, obviously we are not where we want to be, and I don't think we are where Osagyefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah expected us or planned for us to be. So the question now is why. I think wherever you live in the world, I'm sure you'll find some difficulties and challenges, and now it's a question of how do you work on changing them, correcting them, moving in the correct direction. So, yeah, we have a lot of work to do, but we can also say there's been some progress and some lessons learned over the last 64 years.
Yeah, and I think it's really amazing, like Africa Global Radio, with this quest and this vision to really bring Africa's history, because Sankofa, if we don't know what we've done before, we will not know where we're going. And I think the shows that are done on this station, it really is important, because it helps us learn about ourselves, and the more we learn about ourselves, the more we can take positive steps forward and learn from our mistakes.
Very true, very true. I heard you talk about your proverbs in the last hour, and I think they'll be very much illuminating and helpful in our discussion to come, where we'll have a couple of folks younger than myself who can talk about some of those things where we have been, because as you say, it's very important to understand history.
Yes.
And that's part of the battle, is who's teaching us history.
Yes.
Because it dictates, how well we understand ourselves and how well we can move forward.
Yes, I mean, history from our perspective is also very, very, very important. Okay, so people, I actually signed out earlier because I was also looking forward to this coming on. But then I realized that, so I gave you my Kwame Nkrumah quote from Africa Must Unite, and I think, I really hope that you guys will be reflecting on that. But I was supposed to sign out with a clip from one of my guests. If you tuned into Arts Africa, I had a salsa dancer on. And he was really amazing, because it only wasn't just about dance, but it was also using dance as therapy to heal marriages and to heal difficulties within couples. So after the show, he took me for a twirl, and I did some little salsa moves. So let's watch Alba and Josh dancing to beautiful salsa, and when you come back, Albie is going to take you on another fantastic journey and discussing issues that are really important to us today on Africa Global Radio's first anniversary, and of course Ghana's Independence Day. These are really important things that we need to look at. So Albie, lots of luck. I know you're going to discuss some really, really great stuff, and it was nice changing over with you.
My pleasure. Thank you again.
Okay, so enjoy that video, and Albie will see you on the other side.
Aisha,
Aisha Wima, Aisha, listen to me. Aisha, no me dehema. Aisha Kayuyuma, Aisha Bulbembaima.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. My name is Josh Ansah. Everybody calls me Josh. I'm your choreographer, dance fitness and model coach, and I want you to stay glued to Africa Global Radio, where we have beautiful, authentic African stories for you. Okay? Don't miss it. And if you want to dance, you know where to find me.
Africa Global Radio, we make your day special.
Hello, my name is Chief Moomin, poet and playwright. Keep listening to Africa Global Radio.
Africa Global Radio, our story, our growth, our future.
It must have been a cold winter season in November 1947 in Liverpool, Great Britain, when a 38-year-old Kwame Nkrumah stepped on board the MV Accra, about to sail to the sunny regions of the Gold Coast along the Gulf of Guinea, West Africa.
At long last, the battle has ended. And thus, Ghana, your beloved country, is free forever.
On the eve of 7th March 1957, Nkrumah proclaimed the new independent Ghana. The Union Jack was lowered And the red, gold, green, and black star of the first African country to free itself from British colonial rule was hoisted proudly. The chorus of God Save the Queen gave way to the new anthem, God Bless Our Homeland, Ghana. There was a burst of joy and celebration at the old polo grounds and across the country to herald the new beginning. Within a decade of returning to the Gold Coast, Nkrumah had achieved his vision of self-government now by energizing the nation and organizing the people to deliver on the independence agenda.
And here again, I want to take the opportunity to thank the chiefs and people of this country, the youth, the farmers, the women who have so nobly fought and won this battle. Also, I want to thank the valiant ex-servicemen who have so cooperated with me in this mighty task of freeing our country from foreign rule and imperialism.
Within 2 years of returning to the Gold Coast in 1947 to take up the position of General Secretary of the United Gold Coast Convention, the UGCC, Nkrumah transformed Gold Coast politics. The UGCC was established earlier within the year as the first political party to champion a self-rule agenda. Its leading figures were all busy professionals in law, academia, and business. Pa Grant, Akua J, J.B. Dankwa, Edward Akufo-Addo, among others. The party needed someone full-time to champion its activities. Enter Nkrumah. Young, energetic, and passionate, he organized mass support for the party and opened up branches across the country. For Nkrumah, the people were central to his agenda.
I am depending upon the millions of the country, the chiefs and people, to help me to reshape the destiny of this country. We are prepared to build it up and make it a nation that will be respected by every other nation in the world. We know we are going to have difficult beginnings, but again, I am relying upon your support. I'm relying upon your hard work. Seeing you in these thousands, it doesn't matter how far my eye goes. I can see that you are here in your millions. And my last warning to you is that you ought to stand firm behind us so that we can prove to the world that when the African is given a chance, he can show to the world that he's somebody.
But Nkrumah would fall out with the UGCC leaders because of his radical approach. In April 1949, he would leave to form his own political party, the Convention's People's Party, the CPP. Within a short while, the CPP would become the dominant player in Gold Coast politics. And within just 2 years of coming into being, the party would win a landslide victory in the first ever elections to be held in the Gold Coast. Nkrumah's majority party in parliament forms a government, and he becomes leader of government business. The first major step towards complete independence later in 1957. Nkrumah was a man in a hurry. He was a man fueled by great passion with an enormous vision and a clear mission.
And as I pointed out, that from now on today, we must change our attitudes, our minds. We must realize that from now on, we are no more a colonial, but a free and independent people. But also, as I pointed out, that also entails hard work. that new African is ready to fight his own battle and show that after all, the black man is capable of managing his own affairs. We are going to demonstrate to the world, to the other nations, young as we are, that we are prepared to lay our own foundation. As I said in the assembly just minutes ago, I made it point that we are going to see that we create our own African personality and identity. It's the only way in which we can show the world that we are ready for our own battle.
For Nkrumah, it was not just about his new nation, Ghana. It was about Africa.
We have done the battle, and we again rededicate ourselves not only in the struggle to emancipate other territories in Africa. Our independence is meaningless unless it is linked up with total liberation of the African continent.
He liberated the nation, he inspired the continent, he illuminated the people. Nkrumah, the man, the legacy, on Africa Global Radio.
We are not waiting. We shall no more go back to sleep anymore. Today, from now on, there is a new African in the world.
Africa Global Radio's Independence Day show as we continue celebrating 1 year anniversary of Africa Global Radio and the 64th anniversary of Ghana's independence. We are here today to have a discussion about the ideas of Kwame Nkrumah, the independence struggle of Ghana, and the relevance of Nkrumah's ideas for today and for the future. We'll also talk a little bit about where we stand, where we think our opinions of where Ghana is today and where maybe we would like it to be or we think it would be, should be at this time in history. So with me today, I have a couple of guests. I should say we have we have the children and grandchildren of Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah here with us today. We have the biological daughter who will be on a little bit later in an audio clip. I consider myself an ideological child of Kwame Nkrumah, and I think maybe we have some ideological grandchildren of Kwame Nkrumah, so we have different generations represented today. So I'll ask each of our guests to maybe give a brief introduction of themselves. I want to welcome you to Africa Global Radio's Independence Day show. First, Namata Saramaga Musisi, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us to AGR Radio. My name is Namata. I am Commander of Creative Arts and Advocacy with the Ghanaian or African Movement, the Economic Fighters League. I also represent the Ugandan People Power Movement as a diaspora coordinator. So I am a Ugandan or an African with roots in Uganda and with my heart in Ghana.
All right, thank you very much, Namata. And next we have Abuaji Bwampong.
Good to be here. My name is Abuaji Bwampong. I am an Nkrumahist. I have been with the All African People's Revolutionary Party for over a decade. I have been part of the Pan-African Student Society, organizing students across the country in Ghana and other parts of the African continent, raising awareness about the fact that our independence as a people, both on the continent and the diaspora, has been hijacked, and we need to struggle to reclaim that for the advancement of our people.
Okay, thank you very much, and I look forward to having a brief discussion with you today, again, on some of these important topics which we need to really revisit more often than once a year. It should be something that those of us in Africa who have Africa in our hearts revisit on a regular basis and try to figure out how we can make a contribution to moving the agenda and the ideas of Nkrumah forward. Listening to that Independence Day, the poem and the Independence Day speech of Kwame Nkrumah, the speech is really packed with information. He refers to a number of different topics and ideas in that speech. And we know that that speech came at the culmination of the political struggle for independence of Ghana in 1957. And sometimes we are in the process still of discussing that history that led to the independence of Ghana in 1957. And the struggle is an ongoing one, because we know that, as was stated in the previous panel by your previous host, Sister Alba, that history is very important, and we have to learn our history very well. Otherwise, we will make mistakes. We will make the same mistakes, or we'll repeat those mistakes that we've made in the past. And so learning about the history of Ghana is an ongoing battle, because depending on who you talk to, you will get different ideas of what that history is. And it's a very controversial subject. It relates to what we identify as public holidays, what we put in our school curriculum for our children. All of those things affect the way we see ourselves and the way we see our role in changing society, or changing the conditions that we're in. So I have a number of topics that I hope that we can each contribute to or discuss as we see fit. First, on the topic of Ghana's independence. It's one that, again, we all know, that we've heard the Independence Day speech numerous times, at least every year, once a year, if not more so. And we know about 1957. We also hear about, their various traffic circles and monuments to various contributors to Ghana's independence struggle. Sometimes it seems to start, or we're not clear on when it started, but I guess I would suggest that Ghana's independence, we were independent before. It's not like it's something brand new. We were always in it for actually decades, centuries, millennia. Africa was an independent people. It was only at a point in time when we were invaded and others came to dominate us. So we're fighting to reclaim an independence that we previously had. Sometimes I think that's important, because if we think we were only colonized or we were only enslaved, that's our beginning, we won't realize that, no, we had something before. So we won't realize that we are capable of being independent if we think we were always dependent until sometime in the 1950s. So we know, certainly in this part of Africa, there were settlements going back millennia, tens of thousands of years, where Africans were living in this part of the world. Sometimes the formal history of the struggle for self-rule after colonialism came about in the middle of the 17th or 18th century, I believe, with the so-called Fanti Confederation, and then the Aboriginal Protector Society.
Aborigines Right Protection Society.
Aborigines Right Protection Society, thank you. And then moving into the 1900s. So all of that is really a very short span compared to the time in which we were independent. But maybe we can talk a little bit about the history that you have learned about independence, and where maybe there's some shortfalls, or where there's some controversy today about our independence struggle.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Obi. First and foremost, let me pay tribute to those who gave themselves in that struggle. It's a fact that we have always been a free people, and that accident in our history, which came, of course, capitalism came in two forms: enslavement, colonialism, that we suffered, and the fact that the people are oppressed, they will resist to regain their freedom. So let me pay tribute to all those who have always stood on the side of freedom, those who resisted enslavement, those who resisted colonialism, and certainly those who are resisting neo-colonialism today across the African world. If we just look around the turn of the century, when the British decided to satisfy their own aspirations and greed by controlling our resources and our space, you would realize that they came to basically try to rearrange the space we have for their own development. Often our school textbooks make us believe that indeed colonialism in that sphere was to civilize us. I don't know what sort of civilization they were talking about. In fact, one very basic thing that has been key with colonialism is the proliferation of churches. Very interestingly, if you go to the slave dungeon in Cape Coast, on top of the dungeon was a church. It's one of the first Anglican churches in this country. Now, I don't know what sort of God or which God they were serving when they had chained other human beings beneath them. But again, the churches are everywhere, and most of the churches stood with colonialism. This is very important. In the face of a struggle against colonialism, most of the churches stood with colonialism. I'll give you one example. There is a man called Ato Ahoma. Ato Ahoma later became, he was originally called Reverend Richard Samuel Bruce Solomon. Those who are familiar with the Methodist Church in Ghana, he is the founder of what we call Christ Little Band. He was a journalist and an evangelist as well. He said he did not understand why we sing hymns we don't understand. So at least let's sing songs that we understand in the church. The church had issues with that. Then when the British passed the law, the Crown laws, that if you don't pay your property rate, they will take your land and confiscate it to the Crown, British Crown. He said he thought they came here to preach the word of God. But if it's about land, then they should take their church, we'll take our land. For this reason, this man was excommunicated from the Methodist Church. So we know the role that the church has played as far as this struggle is concerned. And it's very interesting that somebody like Kwame Nkrumah came from that. Nkrumah came from the church. So it is not everybody in the church who supported colonialism, but the church predominantly was on the side of colonialism. As it is today, predominantly, the most of the churches are on the side of neo-colonialism. But let's just take a step back. When Nkrumah was invited in 1947 to come to this space, he was not just somebody who just woke up one morning and decided to come and be part of the GCC. Nkrumah, as a student in the United States, had struggled. He had an opportunity to also just go to school, get a job, and mind his own business. But he was always part of the struggle, looking for ways to be able to free his thoughts, his mind, and be able to contribute to the freedom of his people. He himself has said that of all the books he read, one that fired his inspiration most was The Philosophy and Opinion of Marcus Garvey. So you understand what the role Garvey played. You understand the role other Pan-Africanists before Nkrumah played. In fact, when the first Pan-African Congress was held in 1900, Nkrumah himself was some village boy at Nkrofo. He was not even probably born. The second conference in 1919, Nkrumah was just about 10 years. So we don't need messianic beings, or we don't need special beings. We need ordinary Africans who are aware of the circumstances of their people and be able to make contribution. So fast forward, Nkrumah is in the struggle in the US. He comes to the UK. He is still part of the struggle. In fact, there is a professor at the University of Ghana. His name is, I think he passed recently, Professor Nketia, who said he had traveled to the UK to go and engage Nkrumah on the issue of Gold Coast independence. Nkrumah says if it's not West Africa, don't discuss it. So we understood Nkrumah's Pan-African interventions right from those days. So the invitation for him to come to this place, to come and help organize the UGCC, as at the time, was caught up in the politics of convenience, as we see today. The very people who enslaved and colonized us have become, all of a sudden, development partners. So it is the same politics that the UGCC was playing. Some of them were businessmen, some of them were lawyers who were friends with the colonialists. So they could not hit them, they could not kick them, they were concerned about their interest. They needed somebody to be able to do the dirty work for them. Nkrumah received the first invitation in his own account, that when he received the first invitation, he knew they were not serious. So he said he was not even going to come. Subsequently, when he decided to come, it was on the pretext that if he comes and they are not serious, he will have to find a way to break and be able to lead the struggle. So this was something that was right from the word go, part of him. It wasn't because Nkrumah got here and decided to betray anybody. He was clear where we had to go to be able to push this independence struggle forward. Often the narrative is that they prepared a political party, they were ready for independence, and Nkrumah came and then just backstabbed them, and then no. So this is the account we need to be able to clarify for young people to be able to understand that once we have decided that it is independence that we want, it is freedom that we want, it does not matter who is a big man, who is a big woman in there, who is trying to play politics and games with our destiny. We need to push them aside and move forward. It's the objective, the principle that matters. In the matter of strategy and tactics, they were prepared to play games. Nkrumah was not. They did not think that the youth and women and people of the land who bear the brunt of colonialism
were to play any meaningful role in the struggle. Nkrumah's attack from the UGCC was primarily because he had involved young people who did not have anything. They called them the Flosam Jesams, who didn't have anything. And so this struggle is about big people. Why are you bringing these riffraffs in their words into the struggle? So Nkrumah comes in and opens the struggle up. This is what we need to do today. We're not going to have a few men in suit and tie who are going to free us in this continent. Majority of our people are sitting down waiting for some member of parliament, some politician somewhere to free us. If they would have freed us, we would have been free long time ago. In fact, they are mostly responsible for the mess that we find ourselves in. They're doing deals with the European Union, doing deals with all the other countries that are interested in keeping Africa where it is now. So Nkrumah comes in, opens the struggle up. Young people come in, women, farmers, teachers, ex-servicemen who themselves had gone to become mercenaries for the British Crown and had fought and their promises were not given to them, were all brought into the struggle. Often the nonsense you keep hearing is that the British left Nkrumah money. That is another thing we need to underscore. The British were so broke, they didn't have anything to give anybody. They did not leave anything for this because they came here to loot. For you to suggest that the British left us something means that you can't even reason. The objective of colonialism was to loot. Why would a looter leave you something? But today in Ghana, you have the political establishment talking about this nonsense. And so as long as we keep telling young people that we need the British, they left us something, it means that today, in the heat of neo-colonialism, we still need them to come and give us something to develop, whilst our resources are being siphoned every day out of the continent. So Nkrumah came and brought in the scope of the struggle for the ordinary man on the street to understand that he has a role to play in freeing up our people in our land. So that is where Nkrumah was key in turning the face of the struggle for independence, where the old folks had failed, as they are failing today. So that is the link that we need to be able to establish as Nkrumah's role in the struggle for independence in Ghana. Thank you. Thank you, Abaji. I think that's a good link, a good lead-in in terms of the history of the independence struggle to today. We want to talk a little bit about the ideas of Nkrumah and its relevance for today. Again, many times it's made to perceive that this history is dead. History is unimportant. You just have to learn some facts and figures and some dates, some names, and that's all that's necessary. But you need to focus on today. Well, the reality is, as was stated in by our previous host, that history leads us to where we are. It forms the actual foundation from where we are starting. So I think one of the important things is I have a book here called Ghana, Autobiography of Kwame Nkrumah. It's one of almost 15 books that were written by Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah. And it's a shame to me when we are learning about the history of Ghana or the history of Nkrumah that we seldom read his actual words, what he actually said and what he actually thought. We're usually reading other people's interpretation of him. And usually the people who are doing the interpreting are adversaries who disagree with him. So it's really not a fair opinion or a fair perspective of what his ideas were. So we have to be very careful. Again, we talk about primary source information, going back to the original words, the original writings, and those things are available to us. Sometimes we have to look a little bit harder, but they are available. And I think it's very important that we encourage everyone to go back to look at what he actually said about some of these things rather than taking someone's opinion about these different positions that he took. Again, relating back to the Independence Day speech that we started the show off with, or the poem about the Independence Day speech, and again, Abaji mentioned he calling on farmers and youth and women, and that they play an important role in thanking them in the independence struggle. They continue to play a critical role today. They generally bore the brunt of the suffering that we are facing today. Generally, it's the rural poor, the women, the children who are suffering more than anyone else in the society that many people are suffering in today. And so I think it's important that there's a connection here. There's a reason why he called on them to thank them for their role in the independence struggle. And today, they are still necessary, they're still needed to play a role in moving us forward in terms of development. So I'd like us to maybe talk briefly, if you would, talk about some of those, the way in which you see the role that youth, that women, that farmers, that workers can play in changing the society. Because again, as you said, we often think about this is something that's got to come from the academics, those who have been outside and been trained and are professionals in one way or another, rather than thinking about the ordinary, everyday people that were actually in the lead in developing most of Africa, not just Ghana, but throughout the continent of Africa. Most of our independence struggles, the women played a key role in those struggles. The farmers, the workers played key roles in those struggles. So can we talk a little bit, or would you talk a little bit about how you see the role that those people can, those sectors of society can play in today's development?
Well, I mean, the very first thing that we need to understand is that the development narrative has to be returned to the people who are living it. In the way that we have been conditioned to live, what you have is a political and financial elite who are taking control of all of our resources, and you'll have this minority group who sit and they manage everything, and they basically tell you that this is how it's going to work and this is what works for you. Now, unfortunately, our education system has now led us to also believe this. We are sitting there believing that, you know, if I conform and if I sort of elect such and such a person, then they will represent my interests at every level. The fact of the matter is that we understand that the system is now so rotten that that is not the case. The people who are elected, even elected in good faith, are not necessarily representing the needs of the people. And this is because we are serving a neo-colonial system. Many of our leaders are here to represent their own interests and the interests of the neo-colonial powers. So essentially what is happening is that the people, the majority of the people who are the ones who are not only impacted by what is happening, but they are also the ones who are the owners of all the resources and all the wealth that we have as a continent, are being ostracized, and they are being excluded from the development conversation. They are being excluded from the shaping of our development. The fact of the matter is, on this African continent, the youth make up the greater majority. This is something that we've been talking about a lot. But we are not creating, for example, an education system that gives them the tools that are required in order for them to be able to liberate themselves. That said, this does not mean that they do not know that they are oppressed. An oppressed person knows that they are oppressed. They know it on their plate, they know it in their home, they know it in the way that they are living, they know it when they sit in a space like an education system, or you sit in a classroom that is dilapidated, or you're sitting in a space that does not accommodate your needs, or you come out of a tertiary institution and don't have a job for 5 years. They know that the system is not serving them. But they have not been provided with all of the tools which are at their fingertips, but unfortunately not made easily accessible to them. They are the ones who should be defining the direction in which we go. As the Economic Fighters League, one of the things we are actually pushing for is proportional representation. They should be visible and present. The same thing goes for women. And this also goes across the board. We can't be sitting, for example, looking at an agricultural industry where we are forced to sort of sign European partnership agreements where the majority of your produce is being sent off, you know, and it's being sent off to Europe, it's being sent off to America, or wherever it goes, and it's being taken for the sort of the least possible value that they can place on it, right? And then sit there and think that what is coming out of that is going to develop you. So the role that we have to play is essentially in reclaiming the power where we have it. We don't necessarily always remember that. But the fact of the matter is, this is our land, and we actually have the access to the resources and to the spaces in which we can sort of determine that this is ours and we are not going beyond this. We have been betrayed by those who have been put in place to lead us. And so it is on us to find a way to sort of say, well, this is mine, and this is how we insist on moving forward. And it is in the little ways that you can. It is not necessarily by using very sort of confusing English or things like that. It's about, you know, it's about understanding that in the same way that neocolonialism permeates every single aspect of our existence at this moment in time, the liberation process is also in your house. The liberation process is also on your farm. It is also in your office. So it's also about we, in our ways, ensuring that that information and the resources required to make that happen are made available so that it is allowed to permeate every single corner of society. And then the people reclaim the power, and the people define the direction in which we are intended to move. And the people tell us what freedom looks like for us.
Thank you. And I think all of these things to me tie back to many of the things that Nkrumah talked about and wrote about over his entire adult life. And in terms of ability to impact those things for women, for youth, for the ordinary person, he talks about organization being critical. That until we come together in an organized fashion, we don't have the capacity or the power to make the changes that we need. And I know you're part of the Economic Fighters League, Obwaji, All-African People's Revolutionary Party, as two Pan-African organizations that are trying to organize people. Do you see, is that still a necessity, or is that as much of a necessity now as it was, say, during the independence struggle, during the early years of Ghana's independence?
Well, Osagyefo puts it best. He says organization decides everything. Indeed, this neo-colonial system would collapse tomorrow minus the involvement of the youth who have been organized to support it or mobilized to support it. That's very interesting. Majority of the people who are at the forefront of organization or mobilization of these parties, these neo-colonial parties we have in Ghana, for example, and across most of the continent, are young people. It is these young people whose energies are misdirected by a very exploitative system, making them work against themselves. That is entrenching this system. So the key to organization towards freedom is for us to be able to just go back to what Osagyefo said. And you would know that when he came, it wasn't about sitting in some fancy office and talking big English. It was going to the people, because he knew that the decision had to come from the people. So when we go back to organization, when we decide to really get organized, understanding that without that, all that we talk will be hot air, nothing will come out of it. We need to be able to take organization back to the grassroots. All our women are mobilized into one church or the other. If you go and just watch on Ghanaian television, for example, the local TV stations, you have thousands of women, thousands of young men and women sitting in churches waiting for some miracle, some manna to fall. It is the energies of these young people and women that we must be able to organize to be able to free our land and our people. One of the things that we often talk about is the fact that if you seek freedom and you don't have the organizational mechanisms to be able to achieve it, then you can talk about freedom for a generation, for a century, and nothing happens. When Nkrumah came and took the struggle to them by organizing the various facets of society, you saw how Ghanaian women who had been inundated by the nonsense of colonialism, that their place was in the kitchen, that their hair was their glory, taking to the street and attacking the very colonial system. Young people who were kept on the fringes of life took to the street. Workers, in fact, my grandfather was a rail driver. He was a train driver. Now, at Esikado, in Sekendi, ordinary train drivers who could not speak all the English and all those things, decided to tell the British government that we are not going to pilot your trains if you don't leave this country. That is the background to the positive action issue. So in the whole of the country, you see that there is a positive action cycle at Esikado. It is the organization Nkrumah brought to the railway workers. We call them the railway engine men. That look, this is your land. You can't be just ferrying these resources to the colonial metropolis, whatever, for them to enrich their country, whilst our country is being made poor and our people are suffering. So he brought organization to the workers, and these workers decided, okay, fine. You cannot come and pilot these trains. We are taking these trains, taking bauxite, manganese, timber, and all those things to the port. We're not going to do it again. So see, by simply organizing the workers and making them understand their role in allowing their resources to feed their own development, they were able to declare positive action. And positive action breaks the back of the colonial economy. Because without the trains, how are you going to get all this wealth that you are stealing out of the country? So that is with the workers. Now, with women, You have a lot of women organizations. I met, of course, you met that woman when we were in Takoradi in 2010, when we did the Pan-African African Liberation Day on the street at Amanfo in Takoradi. There was an old lady who said that she was selling at Takwa when he heard Nkrumah speak. Said, no, this is what I want to hear. She put down what she was selling and said that whatever I'm selling will not be able to, because we've been selling all along. We need to go and follow this man. So they left whatever they were selling, went to follow Nkrumah. It's an example of what we can take whatever the people are doing today and put it within the organizational context. They will join. The people are not lazy. They are not confused. We have not taken organization to them. If we take organization to them, just as they are supporting churches to make millions for individuals, the same way they can bring their energies to bear to be able to free our land so that the resources of the land will free us. That's very important.
Yes, thank you. It's very critical. It's a very good point. You made it very well. I think also we want to, this is Africa Global Radio, so I want us to tie in Nkrumah's internationalism and the fact that he wasn't just talking about the independence of Ghana. He was talking about all of Africa, in fact, all African people. And I know Africa Global Radio actually does go globally, so we're outside of the continent as Africa as well. So there's a relationship that Nkrumah certainly recognized during his life between Africans on the continent and those in the diaspora, and those in Ghana and those on the other parts of the continent of Africa. And he made mention of it even in his Independence Day speech. And I don't think, even though we've heard that many, many times about Africa's independence is meaningless unless it's linked with the total liberation of Africa, I'm not really sure if we understand fully what that means, because oftentimes you'll hear people critical because Ghana helped somebody else get independence, or Ghana assisted too much in the anti-apartheid movement, or Ghana assisted Guinea in their development efforts, etc. And I think if we understood that the essence of the linkage or the tie between Ghana and the rest of Africa, we wouldn't look at those things in the same way. Even now today, in the struggles that we find, we have Black Lives Matter movements taking place all over the world. I know there's an upcoming program talking about racism in Brazil, racism directed toward African people. All of these things, again, were addressed or thought of by Nkrumah in his vision of Pan-Africanism. So can you speak to your perception of the relationship of Africa to the oppression of African people globally?
Sure. Whenever I speak on this, I always start out by explaining my own lived experience. As I explained before, my roots are in Uganda. And I have lived in South Africa, I have lived in Zimbabwe, and now I live in Ghana. And across the board, the experiences, the lived experiences of the people are the same. And this is from the positive to the negative experiences. The external influences interrupting development are the same. The issues that we face are the same, but even down to like basic cultural things. When I came into Ghana, I struggled very easily because I felt like I was in Uganda. There's so much that is the same. Now, the reason I share that is because one thing that I find is, like if you look at the news at the moment, yesterday in the news we were looking at the protests that have broken out in Senegal. And then there's the fact that in Chad, the opposition leader's family has apparently been killed, right? And then you had what is happening in Uganda with Bobby Wine running against the dictator Museveni and facing the kinds of oppression that we haven't seen since Idi Amin. And you see all of these things happening across the continent, and you start to recognize that we're all fighting the same battle. There's a process of liberation that we all understand that needs to happen. There are the same forms of, this is again where we come back to the organization. In Senegal, the youth, the people are standing up and saying, we want for us to be able to declare this is how we move forward. The same thing is happening in Uganda, the same thing is happening all over the place. But at the moment where we stand, as fragmented as we are, we're fighting it in sort of separate corners. But at the same time, when you look carefully, you start to see that there's this amplification happening and a resonance that's being achieved when we speak to each other's issues. And it's a very beautiful thing. When you have people in Togo who are going under, who are dealing with a dictatorship under Nyasingbe, releasing statements in solidarity with the people in Uganda. When you have people in Ghana releasing statements in solidarity with a journalist in Zimbabwe. When you achieve that resonance, there's an amplification of our voices and a power that I think is unprecedented, or perhaps was last seen during the independence wave. even if you look at the process of independence for the sub-Saharan Africa at least, 1957 triggered a wave of independences across the African continent. And so it is important to understand that, as Nkrumah said, in order to protect ourselves, we have to unite politically, so that we start to close those gaps where we can then be sort of invaded in one corner or the other. It doesn't matter how free Ghana is if Togo is not. Everything that happens, the geopolitics of it is all interlinked. And so once we gain that understanding and we start recognizing how the oppression in one space is exactly the same and actually has the same root as the oppression in another, then we start to understand the importance of uniting to resist that. For example, you look at the situation in Uganda where you have the French government, you have the American government, you have the EU, and all of these people funding Uganda's military. They call themselves development partners. They're funding the military. So while Ugandans are being tortured and murdered and abducted, it is happening under the auspices of Western governments. And so it becomes problematic then if we as Ugandans then start looking to the West for help to liberate ourselves, because those are the ones who are oppressing us. But if you look around on the African continent, there are others who have either gone through that process or it is ongoing and they understand the reality of it. And so it is necessary for us to actually look to those, to look into our mirrors and understand that this is where we find the solidarity and this is where we find the strength and this is where we pool resources in our own interest. Because it is on the African continent and in her diaspora that you find those whose interest is the development of Africa and not something that is outward looking.
Thank you, thank you. We're going to need to wrap up, I think, Independence Day programming. I know that the discussion will continue in the next program as well, as we talk about another part of the diaspora, and as mentioned, a very critically large part, the largest African population continue. It's very clear that there's much more to talk about and actually much more to do. I think I'd like to maybe sum up or conclude on a point that you made, that this can be a beautiful thing. You know, really, when we come together globally, internationally, in an organized way, it can be a very wonderful, fulfilling, satisfying, gratifying kind of thing. We need to see each other in each other's eyes, recognize that, yes, you are in the... So again, I encourage you contributions today and helping us to put some perspective, including statement very brief as we can. Is that what I'm being told? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So again, we want to thank you for participating and for observing in this program. We have with us today Namata Saramaga Musisi from the Economic Fighters League, Kweku Obwaji Bwampong from All African People's Revolutionary Party, and myself, Albie Walls, Pan-Africanist here in Ghana, also in the All African People's Revolutionary Party. Encourage you to take part in the ongoing work of Kwame Nkrumah, pursuing and developing Pan-Africanism wherever you are in the world. As an African person, it's essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Proud of Kwame Nkrumah. We are the king of Africa, Lord God of mercy. This one is a special dedication to ones and ones who hail Kwame Nkrumah. Lord God of mercy. It's a last year.